The Persuader's Playbook, Crafting Communication that Moves People and Minds. Chapter 1. The Psychology of Influence. Why do people say yes? To persuade effectively, understanding what drives people to agree, follow, or commit is essential. When we think of influence, we often envision charismatic individuals or compelling speakers, yet influence is rooted deeply in psychology, a blend of cognitive biases, emotional triggers, and unconscious tendencies. The psychology of influence allows us to see persuasion not merely as a skill but as an interaction based on understanding human behavior. This chapter explores key psychological theories and factors that drive influence, providing the foundation needed to develop and use these insights in communication. The science behind decision-making. Our decisions are often shaped by mental shortcuts, biases, and social dynamics. Cognitive psychologists have extensively studied decision-making, discovering that people don't always make choices based on logic or facts. Instead, decisions are influenced by three psychological principles: emotion, cognitive biases, and social proof. Emotion. Neuroscience shows that emotions play a primary role in decision-making. The brain's emotional center, the limbic system, often takes precedence over the rational prefrontal cortex. As a result, individuals frequently make emotional decisions first, then rationalize them. For instance, a powerful image, story, or phrase that stirs emotions can drive someone to act on a message even if they cannot logically justify it. Cognitive biases. Cognitive biases are mental shortcuts the brain takes to process information quickly. Biases like confirmation bias, the tendency to favor information that supports our existing beliefs, availability heuristic, relying on immediate examples when evaluating a topic, and anchoring, relying too heavily on the first piece of information, shape perceptions. These biases are crucial for persuaders to understand, as they reveal how people filter and prioritize information. Social influence and proof. Humans are social creatures with an inherent desire to belong. Social proof is the phenomenon where people look to others' actions to guide their own. Social norms, popularity, and group consensus impact decisions, making people more likely to say yes if they believe that others approve of or follow a similar path. This is why testimonials, endorsements, and case studies are so effective in persuasion. Key principles of influence. Cialdini's 6 principles. Dr. Robert Cialdini, a pioneering psychologist in the field of influence, identified 6 universal principles that underpin successful persuasion. Let's explore each one. Reciprocity. People feel an inherent obligation to return favors. This principle works because of our desire for equity and balance in social relationships. Even a small gesture, like a compliment or a gift, can make people feel compelled to reciprocate. In sales, offering a free consultation or sample leverages reciprocity by creating a sense of indebtedness in the recipient. Commitment and consistency. Once people commit to something, they are more likely to act in ways consistent with that commitment. For instance, if someone publicly commits to an idea, they are more likely to follow through on actions that align with that idea to maintain self-image. Small initial commitments, like agreeing to a minor request, often lead to larger commitments over time. Social proof. As discussed, social proof leverages people's inclination to look to others' actions for guidance. For example, a restaurant showing testimonials or a product displaying user reviews demonstrates social proof, making others more likely to act similarly. Authority. People tend to follow those they perceive as experts or authority figures. Authority can be conveyed through titles, experience, clothing, or even a sense of confidence and knowledge on a subject. A simple example is how people respond differently to advice when given by a doctor or specialist compared to a peer. Liking. People are more likely to be influenced by those they find likable, which is often based on shared values, personal connection, or commonalities. Finding points of similarity, using genuine compliments, and building rapport increase likability. Scarcity. the principle of scarcity revolves around the idea that people place higher value on things that are rare or limited. This creates urgency, making individuals more likely to act out of fear of missing out. In marketing, phrases like limited time offer or only a few left in stock effectively drive action using this principle. Understanding the dual process of persuasion, the ELM model. The elaboration likelihood model, ELM, proposes that there are two primary paths through which persuasion occurs, the central route and the peripheral route. Central route, this path involves careful, deliberate analysis. When individuals are highly motivated and able to think critically, they process information deeply, making rational, well-informed decisions. Persuasion through the central route is effective for audiences seeking details and logic-based reasoning. Presenting facts, statistics, and structured arguments works well here. Peripheral route, this route is used when people are less engaged or lack the motivation to critically analyze the information. Instead, they rely on superficial cues like attractiveness, credibility, or likability of the speaker. The peripheral route is more susceptible to emotional appeals, visuals, and sound bites, making it powerful for quick impressions or engaging those with limited attention. The dual process underscores the importance of matching the mode of persuasion to the audience's mindset. Knowing whether to prioritize a rational, data-driven approach or a more emotional, visual appeal can dramatically alter how effectively the message resonates. The role of emotion in persuasion. Emotion is one of the most powerful drivers of behavior and influence. Emotionally charged messages are often more memorable and persuasive because they activate the brain's limbic system, prompting a visceral response. Here are some techniques for effectively using emotions in persuasion. Appeal to empathy. Stories that resonate on a personal level encourage empathy. Personal anecdotes, testimonials, or hero's journey stories where people overcome challenges are particularly effective in creating an emotional bond with the audience. Create contrast. People are more likely to act and they see a clear contrast between their current state and the desired state. Phrasing messages to highlight what they might lose if they don't act, loss aversion, or what they could gain, goal attainment, triggers strong emotions. Evoke curiosity and surprise. Surprising facts or an unexpected twist capture attention and provoke curiosity, opening a window for delivering persuasive messages. By piquing curiosity, you create engagement, which leads to increased receptivity to the message. Understanding resistance, why people say no. Resistance to influence is natural, as people guard their autonomy and beliefs. Anticipating resistance is crucial for framing persuasive messages. Here are common sources of resistance. Fear of manipulation. Many people are wary of being sold to or coerced. To counter this, aim to be transparent and avoid aggressive tactics. Conflicting beliefs or values. Persuasion often fails when it challenges core values or deeply held beliefs. Understanding your audience's values and aligning your message can help in overcoming this resistance. Loss of autonomy. People value their freedom and often push back against perceived attempts to control or limit their choices. Providing options, fostering open dialogue, and encouraging autonomy can reduce this resistance. Applying the psychology of influence, actionable techniques. In closing, here are several actionable techniques to apply these psychological insights. Mirror and match. Subtly mirroring the tone, body language, or words of the person you're persuading creates subconscious rapport. Use relatable metaphors. Analogies or metaphors can make complex information easier to grasp and relate to, enhancing persuasion by making ideas feel familiar. Ask yes questions. Start with questions that elicit a yes response, creating a positive and agreeable atmosphere. This approach builds momentum for later agreement. The foot in the door technique. Start with small requests, building up to the larger goal, which makes compliance more likely as each small yes increases commitment. Conclusion. Building the foundation of influence. Understanding the psychology of influence is the foundation for all effective communication and persuasion techniques. Recognizing the mental shortcuts, emotional drivers, and social influences that shape people's decisions allows you to approach every interaction with awareness and strategic intent. As you apply these principles, remember that successful influence hinges on building trust and aligning with the genuine interests of those you seek to persuade. In the chapters that follow, you'll learn how to deepen these insights and apply them in real-world scenarios for maximum impact. Chapter 2. Building Authentic Connections. The foundation of influence is connection. True influence and lasting persuasion are rooted in connection, the ability to resonate with others on a genuine, personal level. This chapter will explore the elements of authentic connection, focusing on why it builds trust, how to foster it effectively, and the tangible ways connection enhances your persuasive power. In a world where people are increasingly selective about who they trust, learning to build authentic connections is a fundamental skill for any persuader. The psychology of connection and why it matters. Connection starts with understanding human needs and the universal desire to feel seen, heard, and valued. Social psychologists highlight that when individuals feel understood, they are more likely to open up, share, and engage. When persuading someone, you aren't merely presenting facts, you're appealing to the other person's values, needs, and aspirations. The need for belonging. Psychologists like Abraham Maslow identified belonging as a core human need. This fundamental drive influences how we form opinions, adopt values, and make decisions. When a message makes someone feel included or validated, it builds a sense of belonging that strengthens trust and receptivity. Trust and vulnerability. Dr. Brené Brown's research on vulnerability shows that trust is born out of shared vulnerability in mutual respect. When you approach someone authentically, revealing your own genuine interests, beliefs, or even imperfections, it encourages them to reciprocate with trust. The reciprocity of openness. When we display openness and genuine curiosity, it signals safety to the other person, leading to a reciprocal openness. People are more likely to engage positively if they feel they're in a space of non-judgment where their thoughts and feelings are valued. Building rapport, the essential skills of authentic connection. Rapport is the sense of mutual understanding and harmony between individuals. While often seen as intangible, it can be deliberately cultivated with specific skills and strategies. Mirroring and matching. Mirroring involves subtly reflecting the other person's body language, tone, or phrasing, creating a subconscious sense of alignment. However, for this to feel authentic, mirroring should be natural and responsive rather than forced. For example, if someone is speaking softly, lowering your tone can create comfort. Similarly, using common phrases or terms they use helps them feel understood. Active listening. True connection is built when the other person feels genuinely heard. Active listening goes beyond merely hearing words. It involves showing that you're engaged through verbal affirmations, like, "I see," or, "that makes sense," and nonverbal cues, like nodding or leaning slightly forward. The three main steps to active listening are: acknowledge by repeating or paraphrasing what the other person says. Clarify to ensure understanding by asking open-ended questions like, "Can you tell me more about that?" Empathize by responding to the underlying emotions conveyed, for example, "That sounds challenging." Finding common ground. Shared experiences, interests, or goals create immediate points of connection. Look for these points in initial conversations, whether they're related to hobbies, shared values, or mutual acquaintances. When someone sees that you value similar things, they're more likely to trust and feel comfortable with you. Using empathetic language. Choose language that reflects empathy and understanding. Statements like, "I understand how that might feel," or "I can see where you're coming from," make the other person feel validated. Empathetic language can also include repeating their words or phrases back to them, which shows you're listening closely and care about their perspective. Creating authenticity in communication. Authenticity is the quality of being genuine and transparent, a vital element in building trust. While mirroring and rapport techniques can foster comfort, authenticity solidifies it, ensuring the connection doesn't feel transactional or manipulative. Self-disclosure and vulnerability. self-disclosure involves sharing appropriate personal stories or experiences that relate to the current discussion. Vulnerability can be a powerful tool in creating connection because it humanizes you. When you share something that reveals a bit of your personality or your struggles, it invites the other person to share openly too. For instance, if a team member is struggling with a task, sharing a story about a similar experience can show empathy without undermining authority. Consistency in words and actions. Authenticity is also about alignment between what you say and what you do. Inconsistencies erode trust, while consistency strengthens it. If you express support for an idea, show that support in your actions. If you promise to follow up, do so promptly. Consistent follow-through is crucial in solidifying credibility and reinforcing the connection. Respect and non-judgment. A genuine connection requires respect for the other person's views, even if they differ from your own. Avoiding judgment and maintaining an open stance, especially during disagreements, signals respect and openness. By showing that you value their perspective, even when you disagree, you reinforce that the relationship is based on mutual understanding rather than one-sided persuasion. Emotional intelligence, key to building deeper connections. Emotional intelligence, EI, is a core skill in building authentic connections. It allows you to navigate complex social situations, recognize emotions, and respond in ways that are empathetic and attuned to the other person's needs. Self-awareness, recognizing your own emotions, triggers, and biases is foundational to emotional intelligence. By being aware of how you feel and why, you can communicate with authenticity rather than reactively. For instance, if you feel frustrated during a conversation, self-awareness allows you to manage that emotion constructively. Self-regulation, this involves controlling your emotional responses, particularly in high-stakes or challenging situations. Self-regulation enables you to remain calm, listen actively, and respond rather than react. Self-regulation also encourages patience, which is essential when dealing with resistance or skepticism. Empathy, the ability to put yourself in another person's shoes and see things from their perspective, is crucial to connection. Empathy fosters an understanding of what matters most to the other person and helps in responding to their emotions appropriately. Social skills, building strong social skills, such as clear communication, conflict resolution, and the ability to read social cues, allows you to handle a variety of interpersonal scenarios effectively. Strong social skills are especially important in group dynamics, where navigating multiple personalities and perspectives can make or break rapport. Practical techniques for building connections in different scenarios. In personal conversations, to connect authentically in personal settings, begin with genuine curiosity. Ask open-ended questions about the other person's thoughts or feelings on topics they bring up, whether it's about family, interests, or personal challenges. Use active listening and self-disclosure to deepen the conversation naturally. In professional settings, building connections in a professional setting requires a balance between empathy and professionalism. Here, authenticity can be established through reliability, demonstrating competence, and respecting boundaries. Simple gestures, like remembering details from past conversations, or following up on a previously mentioned issue, show genuine interest. In high-stakes situations, like negotiations or conflict resolutions, require calm and assertive communication. Establishing rapport here involves recognizing the stakes for both sides and demonstrating respect for the other person's needs and boundaries. This includes pausing to listen actively, responding with empathy, and seeking mutually beneficial solutions. The power of nonverbal communication in connection building. Research consistently shows that nonverbal cues play a significant role in communication and connection building. Nonverbal cues, including eye contact, facial expressions, posture, and hand gestures, convey emotions and intentions, often more powerfully than words. Eye contact is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to build rapport. It shows attentiveness and respect. A steady, warm gaze signals openness and sincerity, while too much or too little eye contact can make the other person feel uncomfortable. Body language and posture. An open, relaxed posture signals approachability and confidence. Avoid crossing arms or appearing closed off, as this can communicate defensiveness. Leaning slightly forward, nodding, and maintaining an open stance signals that you're fully engaged. Facial expressions and tone of voice. Emotions are conveyed more through facial expressions and tone of voice than through words alone. Smiling, nodding, or adjusting your tone to match the context of the conversation enhances connection and makes the interaction feel positive and supportive. Conclusion: building connection as the bedrock of influence. The ability to build authentic connections is a skill that amplifies all other persuasion techniques. Genuine connection isn't about using people or gaining something at their expense, it's about fostering relationships based on respect, understanding, and shared humanity. When people feel a real connection, they become more receptive and open to influence, and a foundation of trust is established. Building authentic connections takes practice, patience, and a commitment to genuine engagement. In the next chapters, we'll explore how to leverage this foundation to craft language that resonates, shape narratives that captivate, and use influence techniques effectively across various contexts. The journey to becoming a persuasive communicator begins with understanding and valuing the people with whom you engage, and nothing is more powerful than the bond of authentic connection. Chapter 3. Identifying your audience's core desires. The power of knowing what your audience wants. Effective persuasion begins with a deep understanding of what truly drives people. Most decisions aren't purely logical, they're deeply intertwined with emotions, personal beliefs, and core desires. Identifying your audience's core desires is essential for tailoring your message to resonate with them on a fundamental level. In this chapter, we'll explore techniques for uncovering these hidden motivations, understanding psychological drivers, and using that knowledge to communicate in a way that feels relevant, impactful, and aligned with what your audience truly values. Understanding core desires, more than just wants. People have layers of needs and desires, but not all desires carry equal weight. Core desires are the deep-seated motivations that influence how people feel, think, and act. While surface wants are often temporary or situational, core desires are long-standing and can drive behavior over a lifetime. The difference between wants and needs: wants are often immediate, surface-level preferences, e.g., I want a new car. Core desires, on the other hand, may underlie these wants, e.g., the desire for status or security. By looking beyond the surface, you can identify motivations that shape lasting attitudes and behaviors. Categories of core desires. Core desires can vary widely but often include themes like belonging, security, status, personal growth, autonomy, and meaning. People make decisions based on these desires across different contexts, including personal relationships, career choices, and consumer behaviors. Techniques for identifying core desires. The process of identifying an audience's core desires starts with asking the right questions and observing behavior. Through research, empathy, and active listening, you can identify patterns that reveal what matters most to people. Direct engagement and asking open-ended questions, engaging directly with people, either through surveys, interviews, or conversations, is one of the most effective ways to uncover core desires. Instead of asking yes or no questions, use open-ended prompts like: what do you hope to achieve in the next few years? What is most important to you in this situation? How would this change improve your life or work? These types of questions allow people to articulate their deeper motivations and values. Empathy mapping. An empathy map is a tool used to gain insight into the thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and desires of your audience. It involves answering questions about what your audience is likely saying, e.g., what are their expressed beliefs or opinions? Thinking, e.g., what are they thinking but might not say? Feeling, e.g., what emotions are they experiencing? Doing, e.g., how are they behaving in response to these desires? By organizing information in these categories, you can better understand your audience's internal landscape. Observing nonverbal cues. people often communicate their core desires through body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice. Pay attention to shifts in these cues, as they can signal underlying emotions or attitudes. For example, if someone visibly lights up when discussing career achievements, this may indicate a desire for recognition or status. Listening for key phrases. Certain phrases and expressions reveal core desires. For example, someone who frequently mentions stability or long-term security might prioritize safety and predictability. Conversely, phrases like explore or try new things could indicate a desire for novelty in personal growth. Psychological theories behind core desires. Understanding core desires can also be grounded in psychological theories that explain human motivations and behavior. These theories can provide a framework for analyzing what drives people at a foundational level. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Abraham Maslow's theory categorizes human needs into 5 levels: physiological, safety, love and belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. The hierarchy suggests that people prioritize certain needs, and once basic needs are met, they seek to fulfill higher-level desires. By identifying which level of need is most relevant to your audience, you can align your message with their current motivations. Self-determination theory. This theory posits that people are motivated by 3 core needs: autonomy, control over one's life; competence, feeling effective and capable; and relatedness, feeling connected to others. When people perceive that these needs are being met, they're more likely to be receptive to influence. Social identity theory. This theory explains that people derive a sense of self from their group memberships, e.g., cultural, religious, professional. Understanding how your audience's identity shapes their desires allows you to position your message in a way that resonates with their sense of belonging and values. Tailoring your message to core desires. Once you've identified your audience's core desires, you can craft messages that directly appeal to these motivations. Tailoring your communication involves aligning your message with the values and goals that your audience holds dear. Emphasizing benefits over features. Focus on how your message or offering will fulfill a core desire rather than just listing its features. For instance, if your audience values security, emphasize the stability and peace of mind that comes with your solution rather than its technical specifications. Appealing to emotions and values. Core desires often involve powerful emotions, so it's effective to frame your message in a way that appeals to these feelings. For example, if your audience values connection, you might emphasize community or the importance of shared experiences. Using storytelling to highlight desires. Storytelling is a compelling way to illustrate how a message or product meets core desires. For instance, telling a story about a character who overcomes challenges and finds success can resonate with an audience that values growth and achievement. Personalizing the message. People respond to messages that feel tailored to them. Personalization can involve adapting your language, using specific examples relevant to your audience, or segmenting your audience to deliver tailored messages based on their unique desires. Case studies in identifying and addressing core desires. Learning from real-world examples can help illuminate how successful communicators identify and address core desires. Here are a few examples of how core desires have been effectively targeted in different contexts. Consumer marketing. Apple's marketing strategy often appeals to desires for innovation, status, and individuality. By positioning its products as cutting-edge and exclusive, Apple appeals to consumers who want to be seen as forward-thinking and unique. Political campaigns. Barack Obama's 2008 campaign. Obama's campaign successfully tapped into desires for hope, change, and a better future. By focusing on an inclusive message of progress and optimism, his campaign connected with people's desires for unity and improvement. Professional networking. LinkedIn addresses the professional need for growth, networking, and personal achievement. Its platform and messaging emphasize career advancement and the power of connections, appealing to users who desire competence, recognition, and professional support. Practical exercises to uncover core desires. Understanding core desires requires active effort and reflection. Here are practical exercises you can use to build your skill in identifying what your audience values most. Audience profiling. Create detailed profiles for your target audience. Include information about their demographics, psychographics, interests, values, and emotional triggers. Develop scenarios for how your audience might react in different situations to uncover what they value most. Desire mapping exercise. For a given audience, map out their possible desires related to autonomy, competence, security, and belonging. For each category, list possible benefits and approaches that could address these desires, helping you develop targeted messages. Mind mapping emotions. Choose an audience and a message you want to deliver, and map out the emotions it may evoke. For example, if your goal is to persuade employees to adopt a new system, list emotions like excitement, for innovation, or anxiety, for change, and think about how each might influence your approach. Reverse engineering success stories. Select a successful persuasion example, such as a viral campaign or impactful speech, and analyze the core desires it appeals to. Try to reverse engineer the process to see how you might adapt similar strategies for your audience. Overcoming challenges in identifying core desires. While identifying core desires is powerful, it's not without its challenges. Here are some common obstacles and strategies for overcoming them. Navigating ambiguity. Sometimes, desires aren't immediately apparent or are layered beneath surface wants. Combat this by asking follow-up questions, observing behaviors, and seeking input from multiple perspectives. Avoiding assumptions and biases. Preconceived notions about your audience can lead to incorrect assumptions about their desires. Practicing empathy, staying curious, and using data-driven insights rather than stereotypes can help reduce bias. Balancing diverse desires within groups. When persuading groups with diverse interests, it can be challenging to address everyone's core desires. Segmenting the audience into smaller groups with shared motivations and tailoring your approach to each group can help you address this challenge. Conclusion: the art of resonance through core desires. Identifying core desires is one of the most critical components of persuasive communication. When you understand what truly matters to your audience, you gain the ability to craft messages that resonate at a profound level. By focusing on core desires, you're not only more likely to persuade, you're also more likely to form connections and foster trust. Core desires act as a compass for crafting relevant, meaningful messages that can inspire change and move people on both an intellectual and emotional level. As we move into the next chapter on the art of crafting persuasive language, remember that the best language choices start with a strong understanding of what your audience values most. Chapter 4. Crafting Persuasive Language. The subtle art of language in persuasion. Language is a powerful tool in the art of persuasion, capable of moving hearts, shifting opinions, and inspiring action. While many focus on what they want to say, the most persuasive communicators focus on how they say it. Crafting persuasive language involves choosing words, tone, and structure that resonate with the audience's emotions, values, and beliefs. This chapter explores the nuances of language that compel people to listen, care, and, ultimately, act. We will cover specific techniques for using language to appeal to emotions, build trust, and encourage a desired response, along with practical strategies to implement these techniques across various forms of communication. The role of emotion in language. Effective persuasion often taps into emotions, as people are more likely to be moved by how they feel about an idea rather than logical reasoning alone. Understanding how to use language to evoke emotions allows you to connect with your audience on a deeper level, influencing not only what they think but also what they feel. Appealing to positive emotions such as hope, joy, and inspiration create a sense of upliftment and possibility, making your message more memorable. For example, inspirational language, using words like imagine, potential, and limitless, encourages people to visualize a better future. This can be particularly effective in motivational speeches, marketing, and leadership communication. Using urgency and fear tactfully, while excessive fear-based language can be counterproductive, sparingly used words that convey urgency, like now, limited time, only, can prompt action. Use caution with fear tactics, as overuse can create resistance. Aim for a balance where the urgency enhances the message rather than making it feel forced. Leveraging empathy and relatability, empathy-driven language helps your audience feel seen and understood. Phrases like, "We understand how challenging this can be," or, "just like you, we," can build trust and rapport by showing that you are aligned with their feelings and experiences. Techniques for choosing persuasive words. Some words have a unique power to persuade simply by how they sound, their associations, or their ability to evoke mental images. Here are specific techniques for selecting persuasive words that make your language memorable and impactful. Power words and emotional triggers. Power words are those that invoke strong emotions or mental images. For example, unleash, transform, and ignite are dynamic words that convey movement and change, making them ideal in contexts where you want to inspire action. Personal pronouns for connection. Using pronouns like you, we, and us personalizes your message, making it feel as though you're speaking directly to your audience. This fosters an immediate connection and makes your communication feel more conversational. Creating contrast for emphasis. Contrast is a way of drawing attention to the differences between ideas, helping to reinforce your point. Phrases like, not just, but, e.g., not just any solution, but a transformative one, create emphasis and make the distinction between your message and alternatives more compelling. Simple language for complex ideas. Avoid jargon and complex terminology unless your audience is highly specialized. Simplifying language doesn't mean oversimplifying ideas, rather, it makes them accessible to a broader audience. Use metaphors, analogies, and stories to explain complex ideas in a relatable way. Tone and phrasing in persuasive communication. Tone, the emotional quality conveyed through language, shapes how your message is received. Persuasive communicators adjust tone to match the audience's expectations and context. Conversational tone for relatability. A conversational tone is approachable and often more effective in reaching a broad audience. This tone feels personal, relatable, and authentic. Use contractions, straightforward sentences, and a friendly demeanor to make your message feel less formal and more inviting. Authoritative tone for credibility. An authoritative tone is useful when you need to establish credibility, especially when discussing serious or technical topics. This tone requires precise language, confidence, and clear statements. Avoid hedging language like maybe or probably, which can weaken your message. Instead, use definitive statements that convey confidence, such as, this will, or research shows. Inspiring tone for motivation. When your goal is to inspire, aim for a tone that is uplifting and forward-looking. Use aspirational language, such as, imagine, achieve, and unite, to help your audience see the possibility of a better future. The language should be positive, reinforcing hope and ambition. Structuring persuasive messages. How you structure your message is as important as the language you choose. A well-organized message ensures that your ideas are easily understood and remembered. The rule of 3, people tend to remember information presented in threes. Structuring your message around 3 main points, e.g., we must innovate, collaborate, and execute, creates a sense of completeness. This technique is widely used in speeches, marketing, and branding because it's easy for audiences to absorb and recall. The Problem Agitate Solve framework. This framework involves identifying a problem, emphasizing why it matters, the agitation, and then presenting your solution. For example, many people struggle with productivity. It's frustrating to feel like there's never enough time to finish what matters most. Our tool helps you prioritize tasks and stay on track. This structure is common in advertising and persuasive writing because it hooks the audience by addressing their challenges directly. Using comparisons and analogies. Analogies and comparisons make complex ideas easier to understand. By comparing a new concept to something familiar, you bridge the gap between unfamiliar and known ideas, making the information more accessible. Starting with a story, beginning with a story engages the audience and makes your message memorable. Stories are effective because they allow your audience to experience emotions and lessons through narrative, making abstract concepts more tangible. Refining persuasive language through word choice and style. The style of your language, the voice, rhythm, and pacing, affects its impact. Making intentional stylistic choices can heighten the persuasiveness of your message. Use active voice over passive voice. Active voice, e.g., "we achieved results," is typically more direct and engaging than passive voice, e.g., "results were achieved." The active voice brings energy to your message, making it feel more immediate and impactful. Varying sentence length for emphasis. Varying the rhythm of your language by mixing short, punchy sentences with longer, more detailed ones helps maintain engagement. Short sentences can emphasize key points, while longer sentences provide explanation and context. Avoiding weak qualifiers. Qualifiers like just, maybe, and sort of can dilute your message and make it sound less confident. Instead of saying, "we just want to improve," say, "we want to improve," to convey a stronger, more confident tone. Practical applications of persuasive language. Applying persuasive language effectively requires adapting your approach to the medium and audience. Persuasive writing in digital content. When writing for digital platforms like social media or email, brevity is key. People skim rather than read thoroughly, so use concise sentences and emphasize key points with formatting tools like bold, italics, and bullet points. Starting with a question or statement that captures attention can also improve engagement. Public speaking and presentation. In spoken communication, your tone of voice, pauses, and emphasis add layers to the words themselves. Emphasize key phrases, pause for effect, and make eye contact to connect with your audience. Use gestures to reinforce your message visually, making it more memorable. Persuasive sales communication. In sales, persuasive language must focus on benefits rather than features. Phrasing like, "imagine what this solution could do for you," invites the audience to see themselves benefiting directly from your offer. Creating a sense of exclusivity, only available to a select few, can also make the offer more attractive. Practical exercises to enhance persuasive language skills. Building skill in crafting persuasive language takes practice and reflection. These exercises can help strengthen your ability to choose and apply persuasive language effectively. Rewrite for persuasion. Take a simple statement and rewrite it for different audiences or objectives. For example, "our software will help manage your workflow," could be rewritten as, "imagine freeing up hours in your day with a solution that streamlines your entire workflow," for a marketing campaign. Emotion word brainstorming. Choose a desired emotion, like trust, excitement, or urgency, and list words that evoke that emotion. This exercise can expand your vocabulary and make you more aware of how different words influence tone and impact. Observation exercise. Listen to or read examples of persuasive language, such as political speeches, motivational talks, or advertisements. Note specific phrases, word choices, and structures that seem particularly effective, and consider why they work. This analysis will sharpen your awareness of persuasive techniques. Role-playing for tone adaptation. Practice delivering the same message with different tones, such as authoritative, empathetic, and conversational, to see how each tone affects the perceived message. This exercise can be particularly helpful for preparing for situations where adjusting tone is critical, such as negotiations or conflict resolution. Conclusion: the ongoing art of crafting persuasive language. Crafting persuasive language is an evolving skill that combines art and psychology. By understanding and applying techniques for appealing to emotions, selecting the right words, and structuring messages effectively, you can engage, influence, and inspire any audience. The tools in this chapter empower you to go beyond simply communicating, to connecting, motivating, and moving others in ways that have lasting impact. Chapter 5. The Art of Active Listening. The power of listening in persuasion. In any communication, listening is just as crucial as speaking, if not more so. Active listening is the foundation of effective persuasion, as it allows us to understand others deeply, foster trust, and respond to their needs in a way that resonates. The art of active listening goes beyond simply hearing words, it involves engaging fully, interpreting meaning, and responding thoughtfully. In this chapter, we'll dive into the components of active listening, explore techniques for improving this skill, and demonstrate how it can be applied to persuasive communication across different scenarios. What is active listening? Active listening is a process of focused, intentional listening that encourages understanding and connection. Unlike passive listening, which involves merely hearing the speaker's words, active listening engages the listener's attention, empathy, and critical thinking. Active listening is often characterized by complete attention, fully focusing on the speaker without distraction. Emotional engagement, empathizing with the speaker's emotional state and concerns. Clarification and reflection, asking questions or reflecting back to confirm understanding. When we actively listen, we create an environment where the speaker feels heard, respected, and valued. This openness builds a bridge of trust, crucial for persuasive efforts. People are more likely to be receptive to ideas and suggestions when they believe they've been genuinely understood. The benefits of active listening in persuasion. Active listening plays a vital role in persuasion because it builds trust and rapport. When people feel genuinely heard, they're more likely to feel connected and trusting. Trust is essential for influence because people tend to be more receptive to ideas from someone they respect and believe understands them. Uncovers hidden needs and desires. Through listening, we can identify underlying motivations, concerns, and needs. Understanding these hidden drivers allows us to tailor our message, making it more relevant and appealing. Prepares you to handle objections. By listening carefully, we can anticipate and address objections more effectively. We gain insight into potential resistance and can respond proactively. Encourages openness and flexibility. Active listening fosters a positive environment for dialogue. This often leads to open-mindedness and a willingness to consider new perspectives, paving the way for persuasive influence. Components of active listening. Effective active listening has several key components that enhance the process of understanding and responding. Giving undivided attention. When someone speaks, put aside distractions, such as phones or other tasks, to focus entirely on the speaker. This signals respect and attentiveness, encouraging open communication. Nonverbal engagement. Body language speaks volumes. Maintain eye contact, nod occasionally, and lean slightly toward the speaker. Open, relaxed body posture shows that you are receptive and engaged. Reflecting and paraphrasing. Summarizing the speaker's points in your own words shows that you're following along and have absorbed the message. For example, so, if I understand correctly, you're saying. Asking thoughtful questions. Clarifying questions demonstrate genuine interest and allow the speaker to elaborate on points. Avoid interrupting, and ask open-ended questions that encourage them to share more deeply. Acknowledging emotions. Recognizing the emotional aspect of a conversation validates the speaker's experience. Phrases like, I can see that this is important to you, or, it sounds like this has been challenging, affirm the speaker's feelings. Providing feedback when needed. Share constructive feedback, but only after the speaker has finished. Offering your perspective in a non-judgmental way respects their viewpoint while adding value to the conversation. Techniques for improving active listening. Strengthening active listening skills takes practice, patience, and self-awareness. Here are some methods to improve. Mindfulness practice. Being present is crucial for active listening. Practicing mindfulness, even outside of conversations, can help you become more aware of distractions and better able to focus on the speaker. Controlling internal dialogue. Many people begin planning their responses while others are speaking. Try to quiet this inner monologue and concentrate fully on the speaker's words. Avoiding judgment and assumptions. Preconceived notions about a speaker or topic can interfere with listening. Approach each conversation with curiosity and an open mind to understand without bias. Pausing before responding, allowing a brief pause before you respond shows you're processing the speaker's words. This pause also gives you time to consider a thoughtful, intentional reply. Practicing empathy exercises. Empathy is at the core of active listening. Exercises, such as imagining yourself in the speaker's position or thinking about their experiences, can help you connect more deeply with their emotions and perspectives. Active listening in persuasive communication. Active listening enhances persuasion by helping communicators respond with tailored, meaningful messages. Let's explore how to apply active listening techniques in various persuasive contexts. Active listening in sales and negotiation. In sales and negotiation, active listening can mean the difference between closing a deal and losing a potential customer. Identifying customer needs. Listening attentively to a customer's needs allows you to present your product or service as a solution to their specific challenges. For example, if a customer mentions concerns about time management, you might emphasize how your product saves time. Handling objections effectively. Often, objections reveal a buyer's doubts or fears. By listening and acknowledging their concerns, you create an opportunity to address these reservations respectfully. Reflecting phrases like, "I understand this might seem like a big investment," demonstrate empathy before you respond with reassurance. Strengthening buyer trust. Active listening establishes a sense of partnership rather than a transactional relationship. This trust building can lead to stronger rapport, repeat business, and referrals. Active listening in leadership and management. For leaders, active listening fosters a supportive culture and improves team cohesion. Empowering employees. When leaders actively listen, employees feel valued, which boosts morale and motivation. Listening actively shows that their insights matter, leading to increased engagement and productivity. Encouraging open dialogue. Employees may be hesitant to share ideas or feedback unless they feel truly heard. By practicing active listening, leaders encourage honest communication and foster an inclusive environment. Navigating conflicts. Active listening allows leaders to mediate conflicts more effectively. Listening to each party fully, validating their concerns, and clarifying misunderstandings help guide discussions toward resolution. Active listening in personal relationships. In personal relationships, active listening is essential for fostering empathy, understanding, and emotional connection. Strengthening bonds. Listening to family members, friends, or partners without judgment nurtures trust and intimacy. When people feel heard, they are more open to sharing, which strengthens bonds. Resolving misunderstandings. Miscommunications are common, but active listening can help. By reflecting on what your partner or friend has said and asking clarifying questions, you can address misunderstandings before they become larger issues. Providing emotional support. Sometimes, loved ones need to vent without seeking solutions. Active listening allows you to be present for them and validate their feelings, reinforcing your emotional connection. Active listening in public speaking and audience engagement. In public speaking, engaging the audience through active listening enhances relatability and responsiveness. Adapting to audience reactions. Observing your audience's nonverbal cues, such as body language, expressions, and level of attentiveness, helps you adjust your delivery as needed. Pausing to ask questions or inviting feedback allows you to gauge their understanding and keep them engaged. Connecting with audience needs. Before speaking, actively listening to your audience's interests or concerns helps you tailor your message to their expectations. This pre-listening is especially useful in presentations, as you can emphasize topics most relevant to them. Overcoming barriers to active listening. Despite its effectiveness, active listening can be challenging, especially in environments where distractions or emotions run high. Common barriers and strategies to overcome them include distractions and noise. Physical or mental distractions can make it difficult to focus. To counter this, try moving to a quieter space or practicing breathing exercises before entering the conversation. Preconceived notions. Entering a conversation with judgments can hinder understanding. Make a conscious effort to set aside assumptions, remind yourself of the speaker's unique perspective, and adopt a curious attitude. Emotional reactivity. High-stakes or emotional discussions can provoke strong reactions. If emotions run high, pause, take a few deep breaths, and remind yourself of your intention to understand. If needed, take a brief break before continuing the conversation. Exercises for developing active listening skills. Strengthening active listening requires consistent practice and self-reflection. The following exercises can help improve your skills. Reflective journaling. After conversations, jot down what you learned from active listening, how it influenced your response, and what could be improved. Reflecting on your listening habits will help you identify and work on areas for growth. Empathy mapping. Practice empathy by imagining what the speaker is feeling, thinking, and needing. This mental exercise helps you connect with others' perspectives and reinforce empathy-based listening. Mirroring practice. In conversations with friends or colleagues, practice reflecting what they say to confirm understanding. Paraphrase their points and ask if your interpretation is correct. This exercise is especially helpful for refining your paraphrasing skills. Observation exercise. Observe active listening in action. Watch a skilled interviewer, such as a journalist or counselor, and take note of their listening techniques. Notice how they use nonverbal cues, reflect, and ask questions to deepen understanding. Conclusion. Transforming communication with active listening. Active listening is the cornerstone of effective persuasion. By mastering this skill, you create an environment where people feel understood, valued, and open to influence. As you incorporate active listening into your daily interactions, you'll find that it not only strengthens your communication but also deepens your relationships and amplifies your influence. Chapter 6. Framing and reframing conversations. The power of framing in communication. Framing is an essential skill in the art of persuasion. At its core, framing refers to the way information is presented and contextualized, influencing how it is perceived and interpreted by the audience. Whether in a business meeting, a personal conversation, or a public speech, the way we frame our messages can significantly impact the audience's understanding, feelings, and ultimately their actions. This chapter delves into the mechanics of framing and reframing, exploring techniques that can help you shape narratives, redirect conversations, and cultivate a more compelling dialogue. Understanding the power of framing is particularly critical in today's communication landscape, where messages are often fragmented and distractions abound. By mastering framing techniques, you can effectively cut through the noise and deliver messages that resonate, engage, and inspire action. What is framing? Framing is the process of constructing a message in a particular way to elicit a desired interpretation or response. The framing of an idea can emphasize certain aspects while downplaying others, guiding how the audience perceives the information. The mechanisms of framing. Contextualization. Framing provides context that shapes understanding. For example, presenting statistics about a health issue alongside personal stories can create a more emotional and relatable message. Focus and attention. Framing allows you to direct the audience's attention to specific details. By highlighting certain facts and omitting others, you can steer the conversation in a desired direction. Emotional resonance. Different frames evoke different emotions. A message framed positively may inspire hope and motivation, while a negative frame might incite fear or urgency. The role of cognitive biases in framing. Cognitive biases are inherent tendencies that influence how we think and make decisions. Understanding these biases can enhance your ability to frame messages effectively. Some relevant biases include confirmation bias. People tend to favor information that confirms their existing beliefs. By framing messages that align with these beliefs, you increase receptivity. Framing effect. The way information is presented affects decision-making. For instance, presenting a surgery as having a 90% success rate is generally more favorable than stating it has a 10% failure rate, even though both phrases convey the same information. Anchoring bias. the first piece of information encountered often serves as an anchor, influencing subsequent judgments. This is useful in negotiations, where initial offers set the stage for the conversation. Why framing matters in persuasion. Framing is not merely a rhetorical device, it is a strategic tool in persuasion. Here are several reasons why framing is crucial. Enhances clarity and understanding. A well-framed message makes complex ideas more digestible. By simplifying information and presenting it in a relatable context, you improve comprehension and retention. Shapes attitudes and behaviors. How you frame a message can influence the audience's attitudes and behavior. Positive framing encourages action, while negative framing can create urgency or caution. Encourages engagement. Engaging frames stimulate interest and provoke thought. When messages are framed in ways that resonate with the audience's values or beliefs, they are more likely to engage and participate in the conversation. Facilitates persuasive arguments. Effective framing creates a narrative that supports your argument. By presenting information in a way that aligns with your goals, you build a stronger case for your position. Influences decision-making. People make decisions based on how choices are framed. Framing offers and options in a way that highlights benefits or minimizes drawbacks can lead to more favorable outcomes. Types of framing techniques. There are several approaches to framing. Here are some common techniques, along with examples and contexts for their application. Positive versus negative framing. Positive framing focuses on benefits and gains. Example: adopting a healthier lifestyle can increase your energy and improve your mood. Application: effective in motivational speeches or health campaigns where the goal is to inspire positive action. Negative framing emphasizes risks and losses. Example: failing to wear a seatbelt increases your risk of serious injury in a crash. Application: useful in safety campaigns, where highlighting consequences can prompt immediate action. Gain versus loss framing. Gain framing highlights what individuals can gain from a behavior. Example: by investing in renewable energy, we can create thousands of jobs and a sustainable future. Loss framing focuses on what individuals might lose if they don't take action. Example: without transitioning to renewable energy, we risk damaging our environment for generations. The choice between gain and loss framing can significantly affect the audience's motivation to act, making it essential to consider their predispositions and values. Ethical framing. Ethical framing appeals to moral principles and values, which can enhance persuasive impact by fostering a sense of responsibility or community. Example: supporting local businesses helps strengthen our community and ensures a sustainable economy. In contexts where social responsibility is valued, ethical framing can encourage positive behaviors and commitment to collective goals. Contrast framing. Contrast framing presents two contrasting options or scenarios to highlight the desirability of one over the other. Example: choosing to invest in education can yield lifelong benefits, unlike the immediate gratification of impulse purchases. This technique is particularly effective in decision-making contexts, where comparing options can clarify benefits. Temporal framing. Temporal framing positions messages within a specific timeframe, emphasizing either immediate actions or long-term benefits. Example: if you start saving for retirement now, you can enjoy financial freedom in your later years. This framing encourages proactive behavior and reflects the long-term impact of current decisions. Identity framing. Identity framing connects messages to the audience's self-perception, beliefs, or group affiliations. Example: as environmentally conscious citizens, we have a responsibility to reduce our carbon footprint. This framing appeals to individuals' identities, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. Reframing techniques, changing the narrative. Reframing is a powerful tool for shifting perspectives and guiding conversations toward a more constructive or desirable path. The goal of reframing is to help the audience view an issue differently, opening new possibilities and reducing resistance. Problem solution reframing. Problem solution reframing emphasizes the potential solutions rather than dwelling on the problems. Example: while we face challenges in our project, there are innovative solutions we can explore together. This approach fosters a collaborative atmosphere and encourages creativity. Opportunity reframing. Opportunity reframing shifts the focus from threats to opportunities for growth or improvement. Example: this market disruption provides us with a chance to innovate and lead in new areas. Opportunity framing is particularly effective in business contexts where adaptation and growth are crucial. Empathy reframing. Empathy reframing encourages understanding by inviting the audience to consider different perspectives and experiences. Example: imagine how this decision affects not just the company, but also the lives of our employees and their families. This approach can reduce conflict and promote dialogue in sensitive discussions. Outcome reframing. Outcome reframing redefines success or failure by emphasizing different aspects of the desired outcome. Example: success in this initiative isn't just about numbers, it's about the positive impact we can have on our customers. This reframing aligns goals with broader values, fostering a more meaningful pursuit of objectives. Steps to frame and reframe effectively. To maximize the impact of framing and reframing in your communication, consider the following steps. Understand your audience. Begin by assessing your audience's values, beliefs, and current perspectives. This understanding will guide your framing choices and enhance resonance. Clarify your objective. Define your communication goal clearly. Are you trying to persuade, inform, inspire, or motivate? Your objective will shape your framing strategy. Choose the appropriate frame. Based on your audience and objective, select the framing technique that aligns best with your goals. Consider how different frames may be received and their potential emotional impact. Craft your message. Structure your message around the chosen frame. Use language that reinforces the frame and directs attention to key points. Consider using metaphors, analogies, or relatable examples to enhance understanding. Monitor reactions and adapt. During the conversation, observe audience reactions and be prepared to adjust your framing if necessary. If you sense resistance or confusion, a quick reframe can help redirect the discussion positively. Evaluate and reflect. After the conversation, assess the effectiveness of your framing. Did it achieve your intended outcome? Reflecting on this will inform your future framing strategies. Examples of framing and reframing in action. Scenario 1: Persuading for a policy change. Initial frame: this policy change is necessary for compliance. Reframe: implementing this policy will enhance our operational efficiency and position us as a leader in our industry. The reframe shifts the focus from obligation to opportunity, creating a more compelling narrative that encourages buy-in. Scenario 2: Marketing a new product. Initial frame: our product is priced higher than the competition. Reframe: investing in our premium product ensures you receive the highest quality and superior customer support, leading to greater satisfaction. This reframing emphasizes quality and support over cost, appealing to the audience's desire for value. Scenario 3: Navigating a team conflict. Initial frame: the lack of communication is causing issues in our project. Reframe: this situation presents an opportunity for us to improve our collaboration and establish clearer communication channels. This reframing focuses on improvement rather than blame, fostering a more constructive discussion. Conclusion: mastering framing and reframing for effective influence. Framing and reframing are indispensable skills in the toolkit of persuasion. By understanding how to position information and redirect perspectives, you can craft messages that resonate deeply with your audience. Mastering these techniques empowers you to guide conversations, foster collaboration, and inspire action. As you practice framing and reframing, remain aware of the ethical implications of your choices. Authenticity and integrity should always underpin your communication strategies. By combining these skills with genuine empathy and respect for your audience, you can create lasting connections and drive meaningful change. In an increasingly complex communication landscape, the ability to frame and reframe effectively will set you apart as a persuasive communicator. Chapter 7. The Power of Storytelling in Persuasion. The Art of Storytelling. Storytelling is one of the most powerful tools in a persuader's arsenal. From ancient oral traditions to modern marketing campaigns, stories have shaped human culture, conveying messages that resonate emotionally and intellectually. In persuasion, storytelling serves to engage, inform, and inspire audiences, making complex ideas more relatable and memorable. In this chapter, we will explore the mechanisms behind effective storytelling, the elements that make a story compelling, and practical techniques for integrating storytelling into your persuasive communications. By mastering the art of storytelling, you can enhance your influence and move people to action. Why storytelling works, the science behind it. The psychological impact of stories. Engagement and attention. Stories naturally draw attention. They create a narrative arc that captivates listeners, making them more likely to focus on your message. Emotional connection. Stories evoke emotions, fostering empathy and connection. When audiences relate to characters or situations in a story, they are more likely to feel invested in the outcome. Memory retention. People are more likely to remember information conveyed through stories. The narrative structure aids in retention, allowing key points to stick in the audience's mind long after the communication has ended. Simplifying complexity. Stories can simplify complex concepts by providing concrete examples and relatable contexts. Instead of bombarding the audience with data, a well-crafted story can illustrate your point in a digestible manner. Cultural resonance. Stories often reflect cultural values and shared experiences, enabling audiences to connect with the content on a deeper level. They tap into collective knowledge, making the message more relatable. Neuroscience of storytelling. Research in neuroscience has shown that stories can activate different areas of the brain, leading to a more immersive experience for the listener. When people hear a story, their brains synchronize with the storytellers, enhancing understanding and connection. Specific brain responses include dopamine release. Engaging stories trigger the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and reward. This makes listeners more attentive and increases motivation. Oxytocin production. Emotional storytelling can lead to the release of oxytocin, a hormone that promotes trust and empathy. This response is particularly valuable in persuasive contexts, as it fosters connection and rapport. Cognitive engagement. Stories engage multiple brain regions involved in processing language, visual imagery, and emotion. This multisensory involvement enhances comprehension and retention. Elements of a compelling story. To craft a persuasive story, it's essential to understand its key elements. Each component contributes to the overall impact and effectiveness of the narrative. 1. Characters. Characters are the heart of any story. They serve as the audience's gateway to the narrative, and relatable characters elicit empathy and engagement. Protagonist, the main character, typically someone the audience can root for or empathize with. This character often faces challenges or conflicts that drive the narrative. Antagonist, the character or force opposing the protagonist, representing obstacles or challenges. This tension creates conflict and keeps the audience invested. Supporting characters, these characters enrich the narrative and provide different perspectives. They can illustrate various facets of the main theme and enhance the protagonist's journey. 2. Setting. The setting establishes the context of the story, providing a backdrop that shapes the character's experiences. A vivid setting can enhance immersion and help the audience visualize the narrative. Time and place, specify when and where the story occurs. Details about the environment can evoke specific emotions and convey cultural nuances. Atmosphere, the mood of the setting can influence the story's tone. A hopeful atmosphere might uplift the audience, while a dark setting could create tension. 3. Conflict. Conflict drives the narrative forward and keeps the audience engaged. It creates tension and challenges for the protagonist, making their eventual resolution more satisfying. Internal conflict. The protagonist may struggle with personal dilemmas, fears, or desires. Internal conflict adds depth to characters and highlights their journey of growth. External conflict. This involves obstacles posed by the antagonist or environmental challenges. It serves as a catalyst for action and decision-making. 4. Plot structure. A well-defined plot structure provides a roadmap for the story. Common structures include the 3-act structure. Act 1, setup, introduce characters, setting, and conflict. Act 2, confrontation, escalate the conflict, leading to a climax. Act 3, resolution, resolve the conflict, providing closure. The hero's journey, a common narrative arc where the hero goes on an adventure, faces trials, and ultimately returns transformed. 5. Theme. The theme is the underlying message or moral of the story. A clear theme can make your story more impactful and persuasive. Universal themes, themes that resonate with a broad audience, such as love, courage, and resilience, can enhance relatability. Specific messages, tailoring the theme to align with your persuasive goals can reinforce your message and prompt action. Crafting your persuasive story. Now that we've established the elements of storytelling, let's explore practical techniques for crafting persuasive narratives. 1. Know your purpose. Before crafting your story, clarify its purpose. What do you want to achieve? Are you trying to inspire action, change beliefs, or encourage empathy? Your objective will guide the narrative. 2. Identify your audience. Understand your audience's values, interests, and pain points. Tailoring your story to resonate with their experiences enhances connection and increases the likelihood of persuasion. 3. Choose the right story type. Select the type of story that aligns with your purpose and audience. Common story types include personal anecdotes, share personal experiences to create authenticity and relatability. Case studies, use real-life examples to illustrate success or learning points. Metaphors and parables, convey complex ideas through allegorical stories that provide deeper insights. 4. Create a hook. Begin your story with an engaging hook to capture attention immediately. A powerful opening can set the tone and intrigue the audience. Consider starting with a thought-provoking question, a surprising fact or statistic, a vivid scene or image. 5. Build suspense. Create tension and anticipation by gradually revealing the conflict. Use pacing and descriptive language to immerse the audience in the experience. Employ techniques such as cliffhangers, leave the audience on the edge of their seats, eager to know what happens next. Foreshadowing, hint at future events to build intrigue and encourage audience investment. 6. Use vivid imagery and emotion. Engage the senses by using descriptive language and imagery. This allows the audience to visualize the story and feel the emotions of the characters. Consider the following techniques. Sensory details, incorporate sights, sounds, smells, and textures to create a rich narrative experience. Emotional language, use words and phrases that evoke specific feelings, helping the audience connect emotionally with the story. 7. Incorporate a call to action. Conclude your story with a clear call to action. Encourage your audience to reflect on the narrative and take specific steps related to your persuasive goal. Direct appeals, clearly articulate what you want the audience to do, whether it's making a donation, supporting a cause, or changing behavior. Inspiring statements, use motivational language to empower the audience and reinforce the positive impact of taking action. Examples of storytelling in action. To illustrate the principles of storytelling, let's explore a few examples from various contexts. Example 1, a nonprofit campaign. Story type, personal anecdote. Purpose, inspire donations for a community project. Story. When I was a child, I spent my summer days playing in the park down the street from my home. It was a safe haven, filled with laughter and friendship. But as I returned last year, I found the swings rusted and the grass overgrown. I spoke to a little girl playing there, and she told me she wished for a place to play. That moment broke my heart, but it also ignited a fire in me. Together, we can revitalize this park, turning it into a vibrant space where children can laugh and play, just like I did. Call to action, join me in bringing life back to our community. Your donation can help us restore the park, ensuring it remains a safe haven for generations to come. Example 2, a corporate presentation. Story type, case study. Purpose, persuade stakeholders to adopt a new strategy. Story. Last year, we faced a decline in sales and customer engagement. We needed to pivot our approach. After implementing a customer-first strategy, we increased our engagement by 60% in just 6 months. Our customers felt heard and valued, leading to a surge in repeat purchases. This turnaround story is not just about numbers, it's about transforming how we connect with our audience. Call to action, let's embrace this strategy together. By prioritizing our customers, we can lead our industry and drive sustainable growth. Integrating storytelling into your communication style. To become an effective storyteller, practice integrating storytelling into your everyday communication. Here are some strategies to consider. 1. Start small. Begin by incorporating short stories or anecdotes into casual conversations or presentations. Over time, build your confidence and expand the length and complexity of your narratives. 2. Observe and analyze. Pay attention to how others use storytelling in their communication. Analyze effective speakers, marketers, and writers to identify techniques that resonate with you. 3. Gather stories. Collect personal anecdotes, case studies, and compelling narratives from various sources. Keep a repository of stories that you can draw upon in different contexts. 4. Practice, practice, practice. Practice telling your stories aloud, focusing on delivery and pacing. Join storytelling groups or workshops to refine your skills and receive feedback from peers. Conclusion: the lasting impact of storytelling. Storytelling is not just a method of communication, it is a profound way to connect, influence, and inspire. By understanding the psychological impact of stories, mastering their key elements, and learning how to craft persuasive narratives, you can significantly enhance your ability to persuade. As you continue to develop your storytelling skills, remember that authenticity and empathy are paramount. Share stories that reflect your values and resonate with your audience, and you will create powerful connections that drive meaningful change. In the ever-evolving landscape of communication, the art of storytelling remains a timeless and indispensable tool for persuaders. Embrace its power, and watch as your ability to influence and engage others reaches new heights. Chapter 8. Using Body Language to Influence. The unspoken language of influence. While words are a crucial element of communication, body language often conveys messages that words cannot. In fact, studies suggest that nonverbal communication accounts for a significant portion of how we interpret messages. Some estimates suggest up to 93% of communication is nonverbal. Understanding and mastering body language is essential for anyone looking to influence others effectively. In this chapter, we will delve into the nuances of body language, examining its role in communication, how to interpret nonverbal cues, and how to use body language strategically to enhance your persuasive efforts. From facial expressions to posture, every gesture has the potential to reinforce or undermine your message. By honing your skills in this area, you can significantly increase your ability to connect with others and influence their decisions. The role of body language in communication. The basics of nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication encompasses a wide range of behaviors, including facial expressions. Our faces convey a multitude of emotions, from joy and surprise to anger and contempt. Facial expressions are often the first indicator of our feelings and can set the tone for an interaction. Gestures, hand movements, nods, and other gestures add emphasis to verbal communication. They can help illustrate points or signify agreement or disagreement. Posture, the way we carry ourselves speaks volumes about our confidence, openness, and attitude. Open, relaxed posture signals receptiveness, while closed or tense posture can convey defensiveness or insecurity. Eye contact, maintaining appropriate eye contact fosters connection and trust. It shows that you are engaged and interested in the conversation, while avoiding eye contact can suggest disinterest or dishonesty. Proxemics, the physical distance between individuals during an interaction influences perceptions of intimacy and authority. Understanding the dynamics of personal space is crucial for effective communication. Touch, while touch can convey warmth and connection, it can also be inappropriate or unwelcome. Understanding cultural norms and individual comfort levels is essential. Tone of voice, while technically part of verbal communication, the tone, pitch, and pace of your voice can greatly influence how your message is received. The significance of nonverbal cues in persuasion. In persuasive communication, body language can reinforce your verbal messages and enhance your credibility. For example, congruence. When your body language aligns with your words, it creates a sense of authenticity and trust. Conversely, mismatched verbal and nonverbal cues can lead to confusion and skepticism. Emotional resonance. Nonverbal signals can evoke emotions and create a sense of connection. For instance, a warm smile can foster a feeling of safety and openness, while crossed arms may suggest defensiveness or resistance. Influencing perceptions. Body language can influence how others perceive you and your message. Confident posture and steady eye contact can enhance your authority, while anxious gestures may undermine your message. Key body language techniques for influence. To harness the power of body language in your persuasive efforts, consider the following techniques. 1. Master your posture. Your posture can greatly influence how you are perceived. Aim for open and relaxed body language to foster approachability and confidence. Open posture. Keep your arms uncrossed and your body oriented towards your audience. This conveys openness and receptiveness. Feet position. Position your feet firmly on the ground and avoid shifting or fidgeting. This indicates stability and confidence. Leaning in. Slightly leaning forward during a conversation shows engagement and interest in the other person's perspective. 2. Use gestures purposefully. Gestures can enhance your verbal communication when used effectively. However, overusing them can be distracting. Illustrative gestures. Use hand movements to emphasize key points or to illustrate concepts. For instance, showing the size of something with your hands can make your message more vivid. Controlled movements. Avoid erratic or excessive movements. Instead, focus on purposeful gestures that reinforce your message. Mirroring. Subtly mirroring the gestures and posture of your audience can create rapport and increase connection. This technique should be used naturally and not forced. 3. Cultivate effective eye contact. Eye contact is a powerful tool for building trust and connection. Maintain balance. Aim for a balance between making eye contact and looking away. Too much can feel intense or aggressive, while too little can seem evasive or disinterested. Connect with individuals. When speaking to a group, connect with different individuals by making eye contact with various members, rather than scanning the room. This creates a sense of personal connection. Use eye contact to gauge reactions. Pay attention to your audience's responses as you speak. Adjust your message based on their nonverbal cues, such as nodding or leaning in. 4. Enhance your facial expressions. Your facial expressions play a crucial role in conveying your emotions and reinforcing your message. Smile naturally. A genuine smile can create a positive atmosphere and foster connection. Use it to express warmth and approachability. Express emotion appropriately. Ensure your facial expressions align with the message you're conveying. For instance, if discussing a serious topic, avoid overly cheerful expressions. Use variations in your facial expressions to keep your audience engaged. Changing your expression in response to your content can enhance emotional resonance. Understanding and reading body language of others. Effective influencers not only use their body language skillfully but also pay attention to the nonverbal cues of others. 1. Observe nonverbal signals. Being aware of the body language of your audience can provide valuable insights into their feelings and reactions. Facial cues. Look for signs of confusion, agreement, or disagreement in facial expressions. Raised eyebrows may indicate surprise, while furrowed brows may signal concern. Posture and proximity. Notice how your audience positions themselves. Leaning away or crossed arms may suggest discomfort or defensiveness, while leaning in can indicate engagement. Gestures. Observe gestures for signs of enthusiasm or reluctance. Nodding can signify agreement, while fidgeting may indicate nervousness or disinterest. 2. Adjust your approach based on feedback. Paying attention to nonverbal feedback allows you to adjust your communication style in real time. Reinforce positive signals. If your audience appears engaged and responsive, continue with your current approach, emphasizing successful gestures and expressions. Address negative signals. If you notice signs of resistance or confusion, pause to address concerns or clarify points. This shows that you value their input and are responsive to their needs. Cultural considerations in body language. Body language can vary significantly across cultures, and being aware of these differences is essential for effective communication in diverse settings. 1. Understanding cultural differences. What is considered appropriate body language in one culture may be seen as offensive in another. Some examples include personal space. Different cultures have varying norms regarding personal space. For instance, some cultures may prefer close proximity during conversations, while others may require more distance. Gestures. Certain gestures may carry different meanings across cultures. For example, a thumbs-up sign is positive in many cultures but can be offensive in others. Eye contact. The significance of eye contact varies widely. In some cultures, direct eye contact signifies confidence and honesty, while in others, it may be seen as disrespectful. 2. Research and adapt. Before engaging with individuals from different cultures, take the time to research and understand their nonverbal communication norms. Adapt your body language accordingly to foster positive interactions. Practicing and refining your body language skills. To become proficient in using body language for influence, regular practice is key. Here are some techniques to develop and refine your skills. 1. Self-awareness exercises. Mirror practice. Practice speaking in front of a mirror to observe your facial expressions, posture, and gestures. Make adjustments as necessary. Video recording. Record yourself during presentations or conversations to analyze your body language. Look for areas where you can improve. 2. Observational learning. Watch experts. Observe skilled communicators, such as public speakers, actors, or negotiators. Take note of their body language techniques and incorporate them into your own style. Peer feedback. Seek constructive feedback from trusted friends or colleagues on your body language during interactions. Use their insights to improve. 3. Role-playing scenarios. Engage in role-playing exercises where you practice persuasive conversations in various scenarios. Focus on integrating effective body language while also paying attention to your partner's nonverbal cues. Conclusion: the impact of body language on persuasion. In the realm of persuasion, body language serves as a powerful complement to verbal communication. By mastering the nuances of nonverbal cues, you can enhance your ability to influence others and create lasting connections. As you cultivate your body language skills, remember that authenticity is key. Your nonverbal signals should align with your intentions and message, creating a congruent and trustworthy persona. By investing time in understanding and refining your body language, you position yourself as a more effective communicator and influencer, capable of inspiring action and fostering meaningful relationships. In the journey of becoming a master persuader, let body language be your ally, unlocking doors to influence that words alone may not open. Embrace the silent language of influence, and watch as your ability to connect with and persuade others reaches new heights. Chapter 9. Leveraging Reciprocity and Social Proof. The Power of Influence Dynamics. In the complex landscape of human interaction, the concepts of reciprocity and social proof stand out as powerful tools for persuasion. These psychological principles not only drive our behaviors but also shape our decisions and perceptions of others. Whether you're trying to convince a colleague to support your project, encouraging a friend to join a cause, or persuading customers to choose your product, understanding and strategically leveraging these dynamics can significantly enhance your persuasive capabilities. This chapter will explore the principles of reciprocity and social proof, how they function in social interactions, and practical strategies for utilizing them effectively in your communication. Understanding reciprocity. The principle of reciprocity. Reciprocity is a social norm that involves responding to a positive action with another positive action. It is a foundational principle in human interactions, reflecting a fundamental expectation that kindness begets kindness. When someone does something for us, we feel compelled to return the favor, creating a cycle of mutual benefit and cooperation. Key points. Historical context. The principle of reciprocity has deep historical roots, from ancient societies where communal support was vital for survival to modern-day interactions where networking and mutual aid are commonplace. Psychological basis. The sense of obligation that arises from receiving help or kindness creates an internal pressure to reciprocate. This feeling is often so strong that it can lead people to agree to requests or favors they might otherwise decline. Practical examples. Consider how businesses often use free samples, complimentary services, or gifts to encourage future purchases. The act of giving establishes a sense of obligation, prompting customers to respond positively. Building reciprocity in communication. To effectively use reciprocity in your persuasive efforts, consider the following strategies. 1. Start with generosity. Begin your interactions by offering something valuable to your audience. This could be helpful information, assistance, or a small gift. The goal is to create an initial act of kindness that establishes goodwill. Example, in a business setting, provide a valuable insight or a useful resource during a meeting. This not only demonstrates your expertise but also encourages your colleagues to reciprocate by being more supportive of your ideas. 2. Create a favor bank. Encourage a culture of reciprocity by regularly offering your assistance to others. By helping colleagues or friends without expecting immediate returns, you create a favor bank that can be drawn upon in the future. Example, volunteer to take on tasks or support others in their projects. When you later need help or support, others will feel inclined to return the favor. 3. Use the foot in the door technique. Start with a small request that is easy for your audience to agree to. Once they have complied, follow up with a larger request. The initial compliance creates a sense of obligation that can increase the likelihood of agreeing to the second request. Example, if you're asking for support on a project, first request a small favor, such as sharing your presentation with a colleague. Once they agree, they may feel more inclined to assist you with larger tasks. The impact of social proof. Understanding social proof. Social proof is a psychological phenomenon where people rely on the behavior and opinions of others to guide their own actions, particularly in uncertain situations. Essentially, when individuals see others taking certain actions, they interpret that behavior as an endorsement of those actions. Key points. Types of social proof. Informational social proof. This occurs when individuals look to others for guidance on how to behave in a specific situation. Normative social proof. This type reflects the influence of peer pressure and the desire to fit in with a group. Expert social proof. This involves relying on the opinions or actions of those perceived as experts in a particular field. Examples of social proof: online reviews, testimonials, and user-generated content are powerful examples of social proof in action. For instance, a product with numerous positive reviews is more likely to attract new customers because potential buyers assume the product is of high quality based on the experiences of others. Leveraging social proof in persuasion. To effectively harness the power of social proof, consider the following strategies. 1. Showcase testimonials and reviews. Use testimonials from satisfied customers or endorsements from reputable figures in your field to build credibility and encourage others to follow suit. Display these prominently in your communication materials. Example: if you're launching a new service, include testimonials from beta testers who had positive experiences. Their feedback serves as a compelling form of social proof for potential clients. 2. Highlight popularity and usage. Emphasize the popularity of your ideas, products, or initiatives. Demonstrating that a large number of people support or use what you're promoting creates an implicit endorsement that can sway others. Example: in a presentation, mention that over 1,000 businesses have adopted this approach to imply its effectiveness and encourage others to join. 3. Use peer influence. Utilize the power of group behavior to encourage participation or agreement. If you can demonstrate that peers or colleagues are on board, others may be more likely to conform to the group norm. Example: in a team setting, mention that many of our colleagues have expressed support for this initiative. This social proof can help gain buy-in from hesitant members. The interplay of reciprocity and social proof. While reciprocity and social proof are powerful on their own, they can be even more effective when combined strategically. 1. Create a cycle of giving and sharing. Encourage a culture of giving within your network or organization. When individuals see their peers helping one another and receiving support in return, it reinforces the principles of reciprocity and social proof simultaneously. Example: initiate a team project where members regularly share knowledge and resources. Over time, this builds a network of mutual support that exemplifies both concepts. 2. Use reciprocity to enhance social proof. When you help others, they are more likely to advocate for you and your ideas. As they share their positive experiences with their networks, you create a ripple effect of social proof. Example: if you mentor someone and they achieve success, they may share their experience publicly, reinforcing your credibility and encouraging others to seek your guidance or support. 3. Testimonial exchange. Encourage reciprocal testimonials. If you support someone in a meaningful way, request a testimonial in return. Their positive feedback will serve as social proof of your effectiveness. Example: if you assist a colleague in a successful project, ask them to provide a testimonial about your collaboration. Their endorsement can sway others in your favor when you seek support for future initiatives. Practical applications and case studies. To illustrate the effectiveness of leveraging reciprocity in social proof, let's explore some practical applications and real-world case studies. Case Study 1: Charity Fundraising. A non-profit organization successfully increased donations by utilizing both principles. They began by sending personalized thank you notes and small gifts to previous donors, creating a sense of obligation for future contributions. They also showcased stories of other donors, illustrating how their contributions made a difference. This combination of personalized recognition and social proof significantly boosted their fundraising efforts. Key takeaway: personal touches and recognition can create a reciprocal obligation, while highlighting community support reinforces social proof. Case Study 2: Business Networking. A business coach organized networking events where participants were encouraged to share their challenges and successes. By fostering an environment of support and collaboration, attendees began to help one another with introductions and resources. This reciprocity built trust among participants, and as attendees began to share their positive experiences on social media, social proof attracted more people to future events. Key takeaway: creating a community of support encourages reciprocity and generates social proof, leading to exponential growth in participation. Ethical considerations. While reciprocity and social proof are powerful persuasion tools, ethical considerations must guide their use. Influencing others should never involve manipulation or deceit. Here are some guidelines. 1. Transparency and honesty. Always be honest in your communications. When leveraging social proof, ensure that testimonials and endorsements are genuine and represent real experiences. 2. Avoiding coercion. While creating a sense of obligation can be effective, it should not cross into coercion. Ensure that any favors or assistance offered are done genuinely and without hidden agendas. 3. Respect for autonomy. Recognize that individuals have the right to make their own choices. Use social proof as a guiding influence, but respect the decision-making autonomy of others. Conclusion: harnessing the dynamics of influence. Reciprocity and social proof are not merely tactics, they are foundational elements of effective communication and persuasion. By understanding and applying these principles, you can create meaningful connections and influence the decisions of others more effectively. As you integrate these strategies into your communication toolkit, remember the importance of authenticity, empathy, and ethical considerations. When used responsibly, reciprocity and social proof can transform your ability to persuade, fostering a more collaborative and supportive environment in both personal and professional contexts. In the journey of crafting communication that moves people and minds, embracing the dynamics of reciprocity and social proof will empower you to connect with your audience on a deeper level, ultimately leading to lasting influence and impact. Chapter 10. Developing personal credibility. The cornerstone of influence. In the realm of persuasion, credibility is the bedrock upon which all effective communication rests. Personal credibility not only enhances your ability to influence others but also fosters trust, respect, and loyalty. Whether you are seeking to lead a team, pitch an idea, or inspire change, your credibility can make or break your efforts. This chapter will delve into the multifaceted nature of personal credibility, exploring its foundational elements, how to cultivate it, and strategies for maintaining it over time. By the end, you will have a comprehensive understanding of how to develop and enhance your personal credibility to become a more effective persuader. Understanding personal credibility. What is personal credibility? Personal credibility is the quality of being trusted and believed in by others. It encompasses several key components. Expertise, demonstrating knowledge and skills relevant to your field. Trustworthiness, being seen as honest, ethical, and reliable. Consistency, acting in a manner that aligns with your stated values and beliefs over time. Key characteristics of personal credibility. Competence, the ability to deliver results and make sound decisions based on knowledge and experience. Character, the ethical and moral qualities that define a person, influencing how they are perceived by others. Connection, the ability to relate to others, fostering rapport and understanding. When combined, these characteristics create a robust foundation for personal credibility that can enhance your influence in any situation. Building your credibility. 1. Demonstrating expertise. Gaining knowledge and skills. To establish yourself as an expert, invest time in continuous learning and skill development. This can be achieved through formal education, workshops, online courses, and hands-on experience. Practical steps. Seek relevant training, pursue certifications, attend industry conferences, and engage in workshops to expand your knowledge base. Stay current, read industry publications, follow thought leaders on social media, and engage with recent research to remain informed about trends and advancements. Sharing knowledge. Sharing your knowledge with others not only enhances your credibility but also positions you as a thought leader. Practical steps. Write articles or blogs, contribute to industry publications or start a blog sharing insights and expertise. Speak at events. Volunteer to present at conferences or community events, showcasing your expertise and establishing yourself as a knowledgeable resource. 2. Building trustworthiness. Being honest and ethical. Trust is fundamental to credibility. To build trust, you must be honest and ethical in your dealings with others. Practical steps. Be transparent, communicate openly about your intentions and motivations. If you make a mistake, own up to it and take responsibility. Follow through, ensure that your actions align with your words. If you commit to something, deliver on that promise. Consistency in behavior. Consistency is key to building trust. When your behavior is predictable and reliable, others are more likely to trust you. Practical steps. Maintain integrity, adhere to your values and principles, even when faced with challenges. This reinforces your ethical stance. Be reliable, show up on time, meet deadlines, and follow through on commitments to demonstrate that you can be counted on. 3. Establishing connection. Developing rapport. To enhance your credibility, it's crucial to connect with others on a personal level. Building rapport creates a sense of understanding and shared purpose. Practical steps. Practice active listening, show genuine interest in others' perspectives and feelings. This fosters trust and connection. Find common ground, look for shared interests, values, or experiences to establish a bond with others. Empathy and understanding. Being empathetic allows you to relate to others' experiences, fostering trust and credibility. Practical steps. Acknowledge emotions, validate others' feelings and experiences, demonstrating that you understand and respect their viewpoints. Be approachable, create an environment where others feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and concerns. Maintaining your credibility. 1. Continuous learning and growth. To remain credible, you must continually update your skills and knowledge. The landscape of knowledge is ever-changing, and staying informed is crucial. Practical steps. Commit to lifelong learning, make learning a habit by setting aside time for personal development each week. Seek feedback, regularly solicit feedback from peers and mentors to identify areas for improvement. 2. Adapting to change. Flexibility and adaptability are vital to maintaining credibility. In a rapidly changing world, the ability to pivot and embrace new ideas demonstrates resilience. Practical steps. Stay open-minded, be willing to explore new perspectives and ideas, even if they challenge your existing beliefs. Embrace change, demonstrate adaptability by proactively seeking opportunities for growth and improvement. 3. Reinforcing relationships. Building and nurturing relationships is essential to maintaining credibility. Strong connections create a supportive network that enhances your influence. Practical steps. Invest time in relationships, regularly check in with colleagues, friends, and mentors. Show that you value their input and support. Express gratitude, acknowledge the contributions of others and express appreciation for their support. This strengthens relationships and fosters goodwill. The role of authenticity in credibility. Authenticity is a critical component of personal credibility. Being true to yourself and your values fosters trust and respect. 1. Aligning actions with values. To be seen as credible, it's important to align your actions with your core values. This consistency reinforces your integrity and authenticity. Practical steps. Reflect on your values, take time to identify your core values and ensure that your actions reflect them. Make conscious choices. When faced with decisions, ask yourself if your choices align with your values. 2. Embracing vulnerability. Being vulnerable can enhance credibility by demonstrating authenticity and openness. Sharing your experiences, challenges, and failures humanizes you and makes you relatable. Practical steps. Share your journey, open up about your challenges and the lessons you've learned. This fosters connection and trust. Encourage vulnerability in others, create a safe space for others to share their experiences, reinforcing the notion of mutual support and understanding. Measuring your credibility. To understand the effectiveness of your efforts in building personal credibility, it's essential to measure and assess your credibility regularly. 1. Self-assessment. Regularly assess your credibility by reflecting on your experiences and feedback from others. Ask yourself questions such as: am I perceived as knowledgeable in my field? Do people trust me to follow through on my commitments? How well do I connect with others and build rapport? Practical steps. Journaling. Keep a journal to track your experiences and reflections on your credibility-building efforts. Identify areas for improvement. Use your self-assessment to pinpoint areas for growth and set actionable goals. 2. Seeking external feedback. Solicit feedback from trusted colleagues, mentors, and peers to gain insight into how others perceive your credibility. Practical steps. Conduct surveys. Use anonymous surveys to gather feedback on your credibility and influence from your network. Engage in 360-degree reviews. Participate in 360-degree feedback processes that provide insights from multiple sources. Conclusion: the ongoing journey of credibility. Developing and maintaining personal credibility is an ongoing journey that requires commitment, reflection, and adaptability. As you cultivate your expertise, build trust, and establish connections, you enhance your ability to persuade and influence others effectively. Credibility is not a static quality, it evolves with your experiences, learning, and relationships. By consistently aligning your actions with your values and demonstrating authenticity, you create a strong foundation for lasting influence. Remember that every interaction is an opportunity to reinforce or undermine your credibility. By being intentional in your efforts and embracing the journey, you can establish yourself as a credible and influential communicator capable of inspiring change and making a lasting impact. In the chapters to come, we will explore further strategies to enhance your persuasive abilities, equipping you with the tools to navigate various contexts and audiences with confidence and effectiveness. Chapter 11. Communicating with Integrity and Authenticity. The power of integrity and authenticity. In an age where skepticism is high and trust is often in short supply, communicating with integrity and authenticity has never been more crucial. As a persuader, your effectiveness hinges not only on what you say but on how you say it and the values that underpin your message. Authentic communication fosters genuine connections, enhances credibility, and inspires trust, making it an essential skill for anyone looking to influence others effectively. This chapter explores the concepts of integrity and authenticity in communication, detailing their importance, how to cultivate them, and strategies for integrating these principles into your persuasive efforts. By the end of this chapter, you will understand how to align your messages with your values, ultimately empowering you to become a more persuasive and trusted communicator. Understanding integrity and authenticity. What is integrity? Integrity refers to the adherence to moral and ethical principles. It is characterized by honesty, transparency, and accountability. When you communicate with integrity, you align your words and actions with your core values, fostering trust and respect among your audience. Key aspects of integrity. Honesty, being truthful in your communications, avoiding deceit or manipulation. Consistency, aligning your actions with your stated beliefs and values over time. Accountability, taking responsibility for your words and actions, acknowledging mistakes and learning from them. What is authenticity? Authenticity is about being true to oneself and presenting oneself genuinely. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and values in a way that resonates with your true self. Authentic communication is not about perfection, rather, it embraces vulnerability and honesty. Key aspects of authenticity. Self-awareness, understanding your values, beliefs, and emotions, and how they influence your communication. Vulnerability, being willing to share your true self, including your flaws and imperfections, to foster connection. Genuineness, communicating in a manner that is true to who you are, avoiding pretense or artificiality. The importance of integrity and authenticity in communication. Building trust and credibility. Integrity and authenticity are vital for establishing trust and credibility. When people perceive you as honest and genuine, they are more likely to believe in your message and follow your lead. Trust fosters collaboration and encourages open dialogue, making it easier to influence others. Enhancing connection. Authentic communication creates deeper connections with others. When you communicate from a place of sincerity and vulnerability, you invite others to do the same. This mutual sharing of thoughts and feelings fosters a sense of belonging and understanding, making your persuasive efforts more effective. Promoting engagement and loyalty. When you communicate with integrity, you inspire loyalty and commitment. People are more likely to engage with you and support your initiatives when they believe you are genuine and committed to your values. This engagement can lead to long-term relationships, enhanced teamwork, and greater influence. Cultivating integrity in communication. 1. Align your actions with your values. To communicate with integrity, it's essential to have a clear understanding of your core values and ensure that your actions reflect them. This alignment creates a sense of authenticity in your communication. Practical steps. Identify your core values. Take time to reflect on what truly matters to you. Write down your values and consider how they influence your decisions and actions. Make conscious choices. Before communicating, ask yourself if your message aligns with your values. This reflection will help ensure that you convey a message that is authentic and trustworthy. 2. Be honest and transparent. Honesty is the foundation of integrity. Strive to be open and transparent in your communication, even when it may be uncomfortable. Practical steps. Share information openly. When discussing ideas or proposals, provide all relevant information to your audience, avoiding selective disclosure. Acknowledge limitations. If you don't know the answer to a question or if there are uncertainties, admit it. Transparency about limitations builds trust. 3. Take responsibility for your communication. Accountability is a key aspect of integrity. Be prepared to stand by your words and take responsibility for the outcomes of your communication. Practical steps. Own your mistakes. If you make an error in communication, acknowledge it promptly and take corrective action. This demonstrates accountability and reinforces trust. Seek feedback. Regularly solicit feedback on your communication style and content to identify areas for improvement. Be open to criticism and willing to adapt. Embracing authenticity in communication. 1. Develop self-awareness. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of authentic communication. Understanding your emotions, motivations, and values enables you to express yourself genuinely. Practical steps. Reflect on your experiences. Regularly set aside time for self-reflection. Consider how your experiences shape your beliefs and communication style. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness techniques can help you become more aware of your thoughts and feelings in the moment, allowing for more authentic expression. 2. Share your story. Sharing your personal experiences and stories fosters authenticity and relatability. It allows others to see the real you, which can enhance your connection with your audience. Practical steps. Be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to share your struggles or challenges. This openness can resonate deeply with others and build a sense of connection. Use storytelling techniques. Incorporate storytelling into your communication to convey your message in a way that is engaging and authentic. 3. Encourage authenticity in others. Creating an environment where others feel comfortable being themselves fosters authenticity in communication. Practical steps. Model authentic behavior. Demonstrate authenticity in your interactions. Show your true self, and encourage others to do the same. Create safe spaces. Foster an atmosphere of openness and support, where individuals feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and feelings without fear of judgment. Strategies for integrating integrity and authenticity into persuasive communication. 1. Crafting your message with purpose. When preparing your message, ensure it reflects your values and authentic voice. This alignment strengthens your integrity and makes your communication more compelling. Practical steps. Define your purpose. Before crafting your message, clarify your intention. What do you want to achieve, and how can your values inform your approach? Choose authentic language, use language that reflects your true self. Avoid jargon or buzzwords that feel inauthentic to you. 2. Engage in active listening. Active listening demonstrates respect for others' perspectives and reinforces your authenticity. It allows you to respond genuinely and empathetically to your audience. Practical steps. Listen without judgment, approach conversations with an open mind, free from preconceived notions. This openness fosters genuine dialogue. Reflect and clarify, after listening, paraphrase what you heard to ensure understanding. This shows that you value the speaker's input. 3. Use nonverbal communication effectively. Your body language, tone, and facial expressions convey messages about your integrity and authenticity. Ensure these nonverbal cues align with your words. Practical steps. Maintain eye contact. Eye contact conveys sincerity and engagement. Practice maintaining appropriate eye contact during conversations. Be mindful of your tone of voice should match the message you're conveying. Use an appropriate tone that reflects your true feelings. Overcoming challenges in communicating with integrity and authenticity. 1. Managing external pressure. In certain environments, you may face pressure to conform or compromise your values. Recognizing these challenges is essential for maintaining integrity and authenticity. Practical steps. Stay committed to your values, remind yourself of your core values and the importance of staying true to them, even in challenging situations. Seek support, connect with others who share your values. Surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals can bolster your commitment to integrity. 2. Dealing with fear of vulnerability. Fear of vulnerability can hinder authentic communication. Acknowledging this fear and embracing vulnerability is essential for authentic connection. Practical steps. Recognize the value of vulnerability, understand that vulnerability can strengthen relationships and foster trust. Embrace the idea that it's okay to be imperfect. Take small steps, start by sharing small, personal anecdotes or thoughts. Gradually build your comfort level with vulnerability. Conclusion: the lasting impact of integrity and authenticity. Communicating with integrity and authenticity is not only a matter of personal ethics, it is a powerful strategy for influence. By aligning your messages with your values and expressing yourself genuinely, you create a foundation of trust and connection with your audience. As you strive to communicate with integrity and authenticity, remember that it is an ongoing journey. Continually reflect on your values, adapt your communication style, and embrace vulnerability. In doing so, you will enhance your ability to persuade and inspire, ultimately becoming a more effective and respected communicator. In the following chapters, we will explore the ethical considerations of persuasion, equipping you with the knowledge to influence responsibly and respectfully in all your endeavors. Chapter 12. The Ethics of Persuasion. Understanding ethical persuasion. Persuasion is a powerful tool. It can inspire action, foster change, and even drive revolutions. Yet, with great power comes great responsibility. The ethics of persuasion are critical to ensuring that your influence is used for positive ends, respecting the autonomy and dignity of others. This chapter delves into the principles of ethical persuasion, distinguishing between ethical influence and manipulation, exploring the moral frameworks that guide persuasive communication, and offering strategies for maintaining ethical standards in all forms of influence. Defining ethical persuasion. Ethical persuasion refers to the practice of influencing others in ways that are respectful, honest, and transparent. It aims to create win-win situations, where both the persuader and the audience benefit from the interaction. This contrasts sharply with manipulation, which involves coercion, deceit, or exploitation of vulnerabilities to achieve selfish ends. Key characteristics of ethical persuasion. Respect for autonomy. Ethical persuasion honors the audience's ability to make their own choices and decisions. Transparency. communicators are open about their intentions, motives, and any potential conflicts of interest. Integrity, ethical persuasion aligns with the communicator's values and principles, fostering trust and credibility. The line between persuasion and manipulation. Understanding the fine line between persuasion and manipulation is crucial for anyone looking to influence others responsibly. Persuasion versus manipulation. Persuasion, a process that seeks to change a person's beliefs, attitudes, or behaviors through logical reasoning, emotional appeal, and ethical practices. Manipulation, a deceptive or unethical influence that takes advantage of someone's vulnerabilities, often leading to harm or exploitation. Examples of manipulation tactics. Deception, providing false information or misleading the audience to gain compliance. Emotional exploitation, using fear, guilt, or shame to coerce someone into a desired action. Pressure tactics, forcing someone to make a decision quickly without adequate time for consideration. Implications of manipulation. Manipulation erodes trust, damages relationships, and can lead to long-term negative consequences for both parties. Ethical persuasion, on the other hand, nurtures relationships and fosters a culture of respect and mutual benefit. Moral frameworks for ethical persuasion. 1. The utilitarian approach. This approach evaluates actions based on their consequences, aiming to maximize overall happiness and minimize harm. In persuasive communication, this means considering how your message affects not just your interests, but also the interests of your audience and the broader community. Application. Before persuading, assess whether the outcome will lead to greater good for the majority, including potential risks and benefits. 2. The rights-based approach. This framework emphasizes respecting the rights of individuals. It asserts that ethical persuasion must uphold the autonomy, dignity, and freedom of choice of the audience. Application. Avoid using tactics that infringe on someone's right to make their own decisions or that pressure them into a choice against their will. 3. The virtue ethics approach. This approach focuses on the character of the persuader. It encourages individuals to act in ways that reflect moral virtues such as honesty, fairness, and integrity. Application. Engage in self-reflection to ensure that your persuasive efforts are consistent with your personal values and ethical beliefs. Best practices for ethical persuasion. 1. Be honest and transparent. Honesty is the cornerstone of ethical persuasion. Clearly communicate your intentions, and provide truthful information to your audience. Practical steps. Disclose conflicts of interest. If you have any vested interest in the outcome, be upfront about it. This fosters trust and demonstrates integrity. Provide accurate information. Ensure that your data and claims are verified and presented accurately, avoiding exaggeration or distortion. 2. Respect your audience's autonomy. Empower your audience to make informed decisions rather than pushing them towards a specific conclusion. Practical steps. Encourage critical thinking. Invite your audience to ask questions and express their thoughts. Create an environment where diverse viewpoints are respected. Avoid coercion. Steer clear of high-pressure tactics that force individuals to make snap decisions. Allow them the time to reflect on the information presented. 3. Use ethical emotional appeals. While emotions play a significant role in persuasion, it's important to use emotional appeals ethically, avoiding fear-mongering or guilt. Practical steps. Appeal to positive emotions. Use stories or examples that evoke hope, inspiration, or motivation rather than fear or anxiety. Validate feelings. Recognize and acknowledge the emotions of your audience, offering empathy without exploiting their vulnerabilities. 4. Focus on mutual benefit. Strive for solutions that benefit both you and your audience, creating win-win scenarios that foster collaboration. Practical steps. Explore common goals. Frame your persuasive message around shared interests and objectives, emphasizing how both parties can benefit from the proposed action. Seek feedback. Invite your audience to express their needs and concerns. Use this information to tailor your message to better serve their interests. Navigating ethical dilemmas in persuasion. Even the most ethical communicators may encounter dilemmas where the right course of action is not immediately clear. Here are strategies for navigating these challenges. 1. Analyze the situation. When faced with an ethical dilemma, take time to analyze the context. Consider the potential impact of your actions on all parties involved. Practical steps. Identify stakeholders, consider who will be affected by your message and how. Evaluate consequences, assess the potential outcomes of your communication, weighing the pros and cons. 2. Consult ethical guidelines. Many professions have established ethical guidelines that can serve as a resource for navigating dilemmas in persuasion. Practical steps. Review professional codes of ethics, familiarize yourself with the ethical standards of your industry and refer to them when faced with tough decisions. Seek guidance from mentors, discuss your dilemma with trusted colleagues or mentors who may provide valuable insights. 3. Reflect on your values. Revisit your core values and principles to guide your decision-making process. Ensure that your choice aligns with your personal and professional ethics. Practical steps. Engage in self-reflection, take time to contemplate your values and how they apply to the situation at hand. Consider long-term impact, think about how your actions today will affect your reputation and relationships in the future. The role of education in ethical persuasion. Education and training in ethical communication practices are vital for fostering an environment of ethical persuasion. 1. Training programs. Organizations can benefit from implementing training programs focused on ethical persuasion principles, teaching employees how to communicate responsibly. Practical steps. Develop workshops, conduct workshops that focus on ethical communication strategies, role-playing exercises, and case studies to highlight real-life ethical dilemmas. Encourage continuous learning, provide resources for ongoing education in ethics, such as online courses, books, or seminars. 2. Creating an ethical culture. Cultivating an organizational culture that prioritizes ethics in communication can reinforce the importance of ethical persuasion across all levels. Practical steps. Establish clear policies, develop and enforce policies that promote ethical behavior in communication and hold individuals accountable for their actions. Recognize ethical behavior, acknowledge and reward ethical communication practices within your organization to encourage others to follow suit. Conclusion: the responsibility of ethical persuasion. The ability to persuade is a potent skill that carries with it a profound responsibility. Ethical persuasion not only enhances your credibility and trustworthiness but also contributes to a more respectful and compassionate society. By adhering to ethical principles, being transparent and honest, and prioritizing the welfare of your audience, you can wield the power of persuasion to inspire positive change. As we move forward in this book, we will explore advanced persuasion strategies that complement the ethical framework established in this chapter, ensuring that you are equipped to influence others responsibly and effectively. Chapter 13. Persuading in high-stakes situations. The nature of high-stakes persuasion. High-stakes situations can be defined as moments where the outcomes carry significant consequences, whether for individuals, teams, or entire organizations. These situations may arise during negotiations, conflict resolution, performance evaluations, or when presenting critical ideas to stakeholders. In these contexts, the pressure is amplified, making effective persuasion crucial for achieving desired outcomes. In this chapter, we will explore techniques and strategies specifically designed for high-stakes persuasion, addressing the unique challenges that arise in these situations. By understanding how to navigate these pressure-filled environments, you will be better equipped to influence others effectively while maintaining your credibility and integrity. Understanding the high-stakes environment. 1. Characteristics of high-stakes situations. High-stakes situations often share several defining characteristics. Increased pressure: the outcomes of these interactions can lead to major decisions, financial repercussions, or shifts in relationships. Emotional intensity: participants may experience heightened emotions, making it crucial to manage feelings such as fear, anxiety, or excitement. Power dynamics. There may be inherent power imbalances that affect the communication process, influencing how messages are received. Time constraints. Decisions often need to be made quickly, leaving little room for reflection or extensive dialogue. 2. The psychological impact. Understanding the psychological factors at play can aid in crafting your approach. Fight or flight response. High stakes often trigger this instinctive reaction, causing individuals to become defensive or resistant to influence. Cognitive overload. The pressure of the situation may impair decision-making abilities, as individuals struggle to process information effectively. Fear of failure. Concerns about potential negative outcomes can cloud judgment, making it essential to alleviate fears rather than exacerbate them. Preparing for high-stakes persuasion. Preparation is key to succeeding in high-stakes environments. The more informed and strategic you are, the better your chances of achieving a favorable outcome. 1. Know your audience. Understanding who you are persuading is paramount. Research backgrounds. Investigate the backgrounds, motivations, and concerns of the individuals involved. Tailor your approach based on their preferences and previous experiences. Identify values and goals. Determine what drives the people you are trying to influence. Are they focused on profit, collaboration, social responsibility, or innovation? Align your message with their core values. 2. Clarify your objectives. Establish clear, specific goals for your persuasive effort. Define desired outcomes. What do you want to achieve? This could be getting buy-in for a new project, negotiating a deal, or resolving a conflict. Prioritize goals. In high-stakes situations, you may need to be flexible. Determine which objectives are non-negotiable and which can be adjusted. 3. Develop a strategy. Formulate a plan to guide your communication efforts. Choose your approach. Decide whether you will be assertive, collaborative, or conciliatory based on the context and audience. Create a persuasive narrative. Develop a compelling story that encapsulates your message and resonates with your audience. Utilize emotional appeals, facts, and logical reasoning to reinforce your points. Techniques for high-stakes persuasion. Once you are prepared, it's time to implement specific techniques that can enhance your persuasive efforts. 1. Build rapport quickly. Establishing a connection with your audience can create a foundation of trust. Use active listening. Show genuine interest in their perspectives by listening attentively. This can help you gather valuable information and create a sense of empathy. Find common ground. Identify shared values or experiences that can bridge gaps and foster collaboration. This can humanize the interaction and facilitate dialogue. 2. Manage emotions. Recognizing and addressing emotions, both your own and those of your audience, can lead to more effective communication. Acknowledge feelings. Validating emotions can ease tension and demonstrate that you understand the gravity of the situation. Phrases like, "I can see that this is important to you," can be powerful. Stay calm under pressure. Your demeanor sets the tone. Maintain a composed and confident presence to help alleviate anxiety and create a sense of stability. 3. Use strategic questions. Questions can be a powerful tool in guiding conversations and uncovering insights. Open-ended questions encourage dialogue and deeper exploration of ideas. For instance, "What are your thoughts on this proposal?" can invite more comprehensive responses. Clarifying questions. If confusion arises, ask for clarification to ensure mutual understanding. This also shows that you are engaged and concerned about their perspective. 4. Frame the conversation. The way you present information can significantly influence how it is perceived. Positive framing. Highlight potential benefits rather than just focusing on problems. Instead of saying, "This could go wrong," you might say, "Here's how this can positively impact our goals." Solution-oriented language. Position your ideas as solutions to existing challenges. Emphasize how your proposal addresses their needs or alleviates concerns. Techniques for addressing resistance. Resistance is common in high-stakes situations, and knowing how to address it is vital. 1. Anticipate objections. Prepare for potential pushback by thinking ahead. Identify common concerns. Based on your research, determine the likely objections your audience may raise. Address these proactively in your presentation. Prepare responses. Develop responses that are respectful and understanding. Rather than dismissing concerns, acknowledge them and provide counterarguments. 2. Reframe objections as opportunities. Transform objections into opportunities for dialogue. Validate concerns. Begin by acknowledging their point of view, then explain how your proposal addresses these issues. For example, I understand your concern about costs, here's how we can save in the long run. Encourage problem solving. Invite the audience to explore solutions together. This fosters collaboration and reduces resistance by making them feel involved. Negotiation techniques for high-stakes situations. In many high-stakes environments, negotiation plays a critical role. Effective negotiation strategies can enhance your persuasive efforts. 1. Create a collaborative atmosphere. Collaboration is often more effective than competition. Build a partnership mentality. Frame the negotiation as a joint effort to find mutually beneficial solutions. Use inclusive language, such as we and our, to foster collaboration. Focus on interests, not positions. Shift the discussion from fixed positions to underlying interests. This allows for more creative solutions that satisfy everyone's needs. 2. Use the principle of reciprocity. Reciprocity can be a powerful motivator in negotiations. Offer concessions. Providing something of value to the other party can encourage them to reciprocate, creating a cooperative atmosphere. Highlight shared benefits. Make it clear how your proposal benefits both sides, reinforcing the idea of mutual gain. Closing the deal. Effective closing strategies can seal the deal in high-stakes situations. 1. Summarize key points. Reinforcing your main arguments can remind your audience of the value of your proposal. Recap benefits. Highlight the advantages of your proposal and how it meets their needs or solves their problems. Address remaining concerns. Confirm that any objections have been addressed satisfactorily. 2. Create a sense of urgency. Encouraging timely decision-making can propel your audience to act. Use timelines, present time-sensitive opportunities or deadlines to instill urgency. For example, we can implement this solution next quarter if we decide by the end of the week. Highlight consequences of inaction. Without sounding threatening, outline the potential risks of not moving forward with your proposal. 3. Ask for the commitment. When you sense readiness, do not shy away from asking for the commitment. Be direct. Use clear language to request their agreement. For instance, are you ready to move forward with this plan? Prepare for follow-up questions. Be ready to address any final concerns or clarifications before sealing the deal. Reflecting on the experience. After the high-stakes situation has concluded, it's crucial to reflect on the experience for future growth. 1. Evaluate your performance. Assess what worked well and what could be improved. Gather feedback. If possible, seek feedback from those involved. This can provide valuable insights for future interactions. Self-reflection. Take time to reflect on your performance, identifying strengths and areas for growth. 2. Document lessons learned. Keeping a record of your experiences can aid in continuous improvement. Create a journal. Document key takeaways, successful strategies, and lessons learned from high-stakes situations. Review regularly. Periodically review your notes to reinforce learning and stay prepared for future challenges. Conclusion: mastering high-stakes persuasion. High-stakes situations demand a blend of strategic preparation, emotional intelligence, and effective communication techniques. By understanding the unique challenges of these environments and employing tailored strategies, you can enhance your persuasive skills and achieve impactful results. As you continue through this book, The insights gained in this chapter will serve as a foundation for navigating more advanced persuasion techniques, enabling you to influence others with confidence and integrity. With practice and reflection, you will refine your abilities and become a master of persuasion, even in the most challenging circumstances. Chapter 14. Handling Objections with Empathy. The nature of objections. Objections are an inevitable part of the persuasion process, especially in high-stakes situations where decisions can have significant consequences. They can arise from doubts, fears, or differing viewpoints and can often be seen as roadblocks to progress. However, objections can also serve as valuable opportunities for dialogue and deeper understanding. Learning how to handle objections with empathy is essential for building trust, fostering collaboration, and ultimately guiding others toward a favorable decision. In this chapter, we will explore various techniques for effectively addressing objections while maintaining a compassionate and constructive approach. By employing empathy as a guiding principle, you can transform resistance into opportunities for connection and persuasion. Understanding the roots of objections. 1. Common reasons for objections. To effectively address objections, it's essential to first understand their underlying causes. Common reasons for objections include fear of change. People often resist new ideas or changes due to uncertainty about how these changes will impact their lives, roles, or responsibilities. Previous experiences. Past negative experiences can shape an individual's perception, leading to skepticism or distrust toward new proposals. Lack of information. Sometimes objections arise from a simple lack of understanding or misinformation about the proposal or its implications. Emotional reactions. Emotional responses, such as fear or frustration, can cloud judgment, leading individuals to object rather than engage in constructive dialogue. 2. The emotional landscape of objections. Objections are often emotional rather than purely rational. Recognizing the emotional context can provide critical insights into how to respond effectively. Empathy in action. Demonstrating understanding and compassion for the emotions behind objections can diffuse tension and create a more collaborative atmosphere. Listening for emotion. Pay attention not just to the words used but also to the tone of voice and body language. This will help you gauge the emotional state of the person expressing objections. Preparing for objections. Preparation is key to effectively handling objections when they arise. 1. Anticipate potential objections. Before entering a conversation or negotiation, consider the possible objections you may encounter. Conduct research. Understanding the concerns of your audience allows you to prepare thoughtful responses that address their specific fears and questions. Develop a list. Create a comprehensive list of potential objections, along with well-reasoned responses for each. This preparation can help you feel more confident and articulate during discussions. 2. Cultivate a mindset of empathy. Empathy is the cornerstone of effectively addressing objections. Shift your perspective. Try to see the situation from the other person's viewpoint. What are their concerns, and why do they feel this way? This perspective can guide your responses. Practice active listening. When objections arise, listen intently without interrupting. This not only shows respect but also allows you to fully understand the concern before responding. Techniques for addressing objections. Once you are prepared, use the following techniques to handle objections empathetically and effectively. 1. Validate concerns. Acknowledging an objection is a crucial first step. Use affirmative language. Start your response with phrases like, "I understand that you are concerned about," or, "It makes sense that you would feel that way." This demonstrates that you respect their feelings and opinions. Reflect back. Paraphrasing their concern can show that you have actively listened. For instance, "So, what you're saying is that you're worried about the potential risks involved. Is that correct?" 2. Ask clarifying questions. Engage in a dialogue to better understand the objection. Open-ended questions. Encourage the person to elaborate on their concerns. Questions like, "Can you tell me more about what worries you?" invite deeper discussion. Exploratory questions: ask questions that help you uncover underlying issues. For example, what specific information would make you feel more comfortable with this proposal? 3. Provide information and reassurance. Once you have validated concerns and gathered more information, it's time to provide reassurance. Share evidence, present relevant data, testimonials, or case studies that support your proposal. This can help address factual objections and ease fears. Highlight benefits: emphasize how your proposal addresses their concerns while also delivering benefits. For example, I understand that change can be daunting, but implementing this solution will ultimately streamline our processes and reduce stress. The importance of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, EQ, plays a vital role in effectively handling objections. 1. Self-awareness. Recognizing your own emotional triggers can help you maintain composure during challenging conversations. Identify triggers: be aware of situations that might provoke defensive responses in you. Understanding these triggers allows you to manage your reactions more effectively. Stay grounded: practice techniques such as deep breathing or mindfulness to stay calm and collected, even when facing strong objections. 2. Empathy and relationship management. Building strong relationships through empathy can facilitate smoother conversations. Foster trust: when you show genuine concern for the other person's feelings and perspectives, it builds trust and creates an environment conducive to open dialogue. Be attentive: maintain eye contact and open body language to show that you are engaged and present in the conversation. Handling difficult objections. Some objections may be particularly challenging or emotionally charged. Here's how to navigate these situations effectively. 1. Stay calm and composed. In the face of difficult objections, maintaining your composure is essential. Breathe and pause: if emotions run high, take a moment to breathe and gather your thoughts before responding. This pause can help you respond more thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Avoid defensiveness: resist the urge to defend your position aggressively. Instead, approach the conversation with curiosity and a desire to understand. 2. Use the yes and technique. This improvisational technique can help transform objections into collaborative discussions. Acknowledge and build: start by acknowledging the objection with a yes and then follow with a positive addition. For example, yes, I understand that the costs are a concern. And I believe the long-term savings will outweigh the initial investment. 3. Know when to pivot. Sometimes, objections indicate a deeper issue that may require a shift in the conversation. Recognize when to change tactics: if you notice that your responses are not resonating, consider adjusting your approach. This might involve shifting from factual data to emotional appeals or vice versa. Explore alternative solutions: if an objection cannot be addressed directly, work collaboratively to find alternative solutions that meet the other party's needs. Building long-term relationships through objection handling. Handling objections effectively can strengthen relationships and foster trust for future interactions. 1. Follow up after conversations. After addressing objections, following up can solidify the relationship. Send a thank you note: a brief message expressing gratitude for their time and consideration can reinforce goodwill. Provide additional resources: offer to send relevant materials or insights that address any lingering concerns. 2. Keep communication open. Maintaining open lines of communication encourages ongoing dialogue. Invite further questions: let them know that you are available to answer any additional questions or concerns that may arise. Check in periodically: touch base with the individual after a decision has been made to see how they are feeling about the outcome. Conclusion: the art of handling objections with empathy. Effectively handling objections is a critical skill in persuasion, especially in high-stakes situations. By approaching objections with empathy and understanding, you can turn potential roadblocks into opportunities for collaboration and growth. The techniques outlined in this chapter will help you address concerns constructively, fostering trust and rapport with your audience. As you continue to refine your persuasive skills, remember that empathy is not only a tool for addressing objections, it is also a vital component of building lasting relationships and creating a positive impact in your interactions. With practice and patience, you can become adept at navigating objections, ultimately enhancing your ability to influence others while fostering an environment of trust and cooperation. Chapter 15. Anchoring in Contrast, the Power of Perception. Understanding perception in persuasion. In the realm of persuasion, how ideas are presented can significantly influence decision-making. Two powerful psychological principles, anchoring and contrast, can dramatically shape perceptions, making them essential tools in the persuader's arsenal. This chapter delves into these concepts, exploring how to apply them effectively in communication to guide others toward favorable outcomes. The concept of anchoring. Anchoring is a cognitive bias that relies on the first piece of information encountered when making decisions. Once an anchor is established, it becomes a reference point that influences subsequent judgments and choices. 1. The mechanism of anchoring. Initial exposure. When people are presented with an initial piece of information, such as a price or statistic, it serves as an anchor. For example, if you first hear that a car costs $30,000, any subsequent price will be evaluated relative to that number. Adjustments from the anchor. After the anchor is set, people tend to make insufficient adjustments from it. This means that even if a different price is presented, their perception is skewed by the initial anchor. 2. The impact of anchoring in decision-making. Consumer behavior. In sales, anchoring is often employed to establish the perceived value of a product. For instance, a retailer might display a high-priced item next to a lower-priced one, making the latter seem more appealing. Negotiation. In negotiations, the first offer serves as an anchor. If you propose a salary of $80,000, the other party will likely adjust their expectations based on that figure, even if they initially plan to offer less. Strategies for effective anchoring. To harness the power of anchoring in your communication, consider the following strategies. 1. Setting the anchor early. Establish a favorable anchor as early as possible in your conversation or presentation. Present information first. In negotiations, present your ideal terms up front. For instance, if seeking funding for a project, start with your desired budget, framing it as the baseline for discussion. Use compelling data. When making a case, begin with strong, relevant statistics or facts that support your argument. This can shape how your audience views subsequent information. 2. Framing anchors appropriately. The way you frame your anchor can significantly influence its effectiveness. Positive framing. Present your anchor positively. For instance, instead of saying, "This is the most expensive option," say, "This option offers the highest quality and the best long-term value." Relate to context. Tailor your anchor to the context of the conversation. If negotiating a contract, ensure your initial offer aligns with industry standards to make it more palatable. 3. Use comparative anchoring. Comparative anchoring involves presenting multiple options to create a context for your desired outcome. Create a range of options. When presenting a proposal, include a range of options with varying price points. For instance, if you're selling a service, show a high-tier option, a mid-tier option, and a basic option. The mid-tier will seem more reasonable when contrasted with the high-tier option. Highlight differences. Use language that emphasizes the distinctions between options. For example, while our premium package offers extensive features, our standard package provides the essential elements for success at a more accessible price. The contrast principle. While anchoring sets a reference point, the contrast principle relies on comparisons to highlight differences, influencing perceptions in the process. 1. Understanding the contrast principle. Psychological impact. When people are presented with two contrasting options in succession, their evaluation of the second option is influenced by their perception of the first. This principle is often illustrated through the door-in-the-face technique, in which a large request is followed by a smaller one, making the latter seem more reasonable. Context matters. Contrast works best when the differences between options are pronounced, allowing for clearer evaluations. 2. Applications of the contrast principle. The contrast principle can be utilized in various contexts, including sales, negotiations, and presentations. Sales techniques. A salesperson may show a high-end product first to make the subsequent offerings appear more affordable. For example, showing a luxury car followed by a mid-range vehicle makes the latter seem like a better deal. Negotiation strategies. In negotiations, starting with an extreme position can make your actual desired outcome seem more reasonable by contrast. If you want a salary of $70,000, starting the conversation at $80,000 can make $70,000 seem like a compromise. Techniques for leveraging contrast. To effectively utilize the contrast principle in your communications, consider these strategies. 1. Create a strong contrast. Make the differences between options as pronounced as possible to enhance the effectiveness of your contrast. Use clear comparisons. When presenting options, be specific about their features, benefits, and drawbacks. Highlight what each option lacks relative to the others. Visual aids. Use charts or graphics to illustrate differences visually. A side-by-side comparison can be more impactful than a verbal explanation. 2. Sequence your information strategically. The order in which you present information can enhance the contrast effect. Start with extremes, present your highest and lowest options before discussing the one you actually want to sell. This not only sets the context but also primes the audience to view the middle option as more reasonable. Vary dimensions. Compare different dimensions of options, price, features, benefits, to illustrate contrast effectively. For example, when selling a software package, discuss not only the price but also the support, updates, and scalability. Combining anchoring and contrast for maximum impact. The most effective persuasion often arises from a combination of both anchoring and contrast principles. 1. Using anchors to frame contrast. By setting a strong anchor, you can frame subsequent comparisons more effectively. Establishing context. Start with a high anchor, and then present lower options. For example, if your anchor is a $10,000 consulting package, presenting a $7,000 package next will make it seem like a deal. Reinforce the anchor. After establishing your anchor, reiterate its strengths while contrasting it with lesser options. This reinforces the value of your anchor and diminishes the perceived value of alternatives. 2. Guiding decisions through strategic sequencing. Strategic sequencing of options can guide the audience's decision-making process. Present a range of options. When pitching a service, start with the most comprehensive package as an anchor, followed by a more modest option. This sequence leads the audience to perceive the second option as both reasonable and valuable. Reinforce choices. After presenting options, reiterate why the anchor represents the best value, guiding them toward the decision you want them to make. Real-life examples of anchoring and contrast in action. Understanding theoretical concepts is vital, but real-life applications solidify their significance. 1. Sales techniques. Sales professionals often use anchoring and contrast effectively. Example: a luxury retailer showcases a high-end handbag priced at $2,000 next to a more affordable option at $1,200. The $2,000 price point sets an anchor, making the $1,200 option seem like a great value. 2. Marketing strategies. Marketing campaigns often leverage these principles to influence consumer behavior. Example: subscription services often showcase their most extensive plans as anchors while prominently featuring lower-tier plans next to them. This strategy creates a perception of value for the lower-tier plan, leading to higher conversion rates. Ethical considerations in using anchoring and contrast. While anchoring and contrast can be powerful persuasive tools, it is essential to consider the ethical implications of their use. 1. Transparency and honesty. Avoid manipulation. While using these techniques, be transparent about the information presented. Misleading consumers or clients can damage trust and credibility in the long term. Informed decisions. Ensure that the decisions being made are informed and genuine, rather than simply a product of manipulation. 2. Fostering genuine value. Align with values. The products or solutions you're promoting should genuinely deliver value. Persuasion should not come at the expense of ethical considerations or the well-being of your audience. Long-term relationships. Building trust through ethical persuasion fosters long-term relationships and encourages repeat business. Conclusion: mastering anchoring and contrast. Anchoring and contrast are potent psychological principles that can dramatically shape perceptions and decision-making. By strategically applying these techniques in your communication, you can influence outcomes while maintaining authenticity and integrity. As you develop your persuasive skills, remember that effective communication goes beyond mere tactics. It involves understanding your audience, recognizing their needs, and guiding them toward informed decisions that align with their values. Mastering anchoring and contrast not only enhances your persuasive effectiveness but also strengthens your ability to foster genuine connections with those you seek to influence. With practice, you can become adept at employing these principles to achieve meaningful and impactful communication. Chapter 16. Using timing to maximize influence. The role of timing in persuasion. In the intricate dance of communication, timing can be the critical factor that transforms a good message into a great one. The right words delivered at the right moment can significantly enhance the persuasive impact of your message. Conversely, poorly timed communication can dilute your message, even if it's well crafted. This chapter delves into the art of timing in persuasion, exploring when to present ideas, how to read cues, and the strategies for maximizing influence through timing. The importance of timing in persuasion. 1. Psychological underpinnings. Timing is inherently linked to human psychology. People's receptiveness to ideas fluctuates based on various factors, including emotional state, context, and environmental influences. Recognizing these factors allows a persuader to seize the right moment to deliver their message. Emotional states. Individuals in a positive emotional state are generally more open to new ideas and suggestions. Conversely, someone feeling anxious or stressed may be more resistant to persuasion. Understanding the emotional landscape is crucial for timing your communication effectively. Cognitive load. When individuals are overwhelmed with information or distractions, their ability to process new ideas diminishes. Presenting complex ideas when the audience is focused and less burdened can enhance clarity and receptivity. 2. Contextual relevance. The context in which communication occurs also plays a pivotal role. Consider factors such as the setting, the audience's current activities, and ongoing events that may influence receptiveness. Situational awareness. Being attuned to your environment enables you to identify opportune moments for persuasion. For instance, initiating a discussion about new initiatives during a team celebration can yield more enthusiastic responses than during a high-stress deadline. Cultural considerations. Different cultures perceive time differently. In some cultures, directness and punctuality are valued, while in others, a more fluid approach to timing may be appreciated. Tailoring your timing to align with cultural expectations can enhance the effectiveness of your message. Techniques for timing your persuasive efforts. To harness the power of timing effectively, consider the following strategies. 1. Read the room. Being observant and aware of the audience's cues can provide insights into the best moment to present your ideas. Nonverbal cues. Pay attention to body language, facial expressions, and overall engagement. If the audience appears distracted or disengaged, it may be best to postpone your message or reframe it to capture their interest. Verbal feedback. Listen to what your audience is saying. If they express interest or curiosity about a topic, it can be an excellent opportunity to introduce your perspective. 2. Utilize the element of surprise. Surprising your audience at the right moment can create a memorable impact. Timing your message when least expected can heighten its persuasive effect. Unexpected insights, presenting surprising data or insights can capture attention. For example, revealing an unexpected benefit of a product during a sales pitch can intrigue potential customers. Contrast timing, following a moment of disappointment with a solution or alternative can create a powerful impact. If your audience is facing challenges, offering a timely solution can enhance their receptiveness. 3. Plan for strategic intervals. In longer discussions or negotiations, timing should be strategically planned to maintain engagement and momentum. Pacing the conversation, break down your message into digestible segments, allowing for pauses to facilitate discussion and reflection. This can prevent overwhelming your audience and encourages active participation. Utilizing breaks. In workshops or training sessions, using breaks effectively can allow participants to digest information. Following breaks with engaging content can reignite interest and focus. Timing in different contexts. 1. Persuasion in professional settings. In the workplace, the dynamics of timing can greatly influence your persuasive efforts. Meetings. Timing your proposals during meetings can significantly impact acceptance. For instance, introducing a new project after presenting positive quarterly results can create a favorable environment for your proposal. Performance reviews. During performance evaluations, timing your feedback can make a difference. Offering constructive criticism when an employee is receptive, e.g., after discussing successes, can foster a more open dialogue. 2. Personal relationships. In personal interactions, timing is equally important. Conversations about change, discussing significant changes in a relationship or family dynamics should be approached at times of calmness, avoiding moments of conflict or stress. Expressing gratitude or appreciation, timing can also enhance expressions of gratitude. A sincere thank you after someone has gone out of their way for you can strengthen bonds and influence future interactions positively. The science of timing, studies and insights. Research in psychology and behavioral economics reveals compelling insights about the impact of timing in decision-making. 1. The power of now. Studies show that people are more likely to act and a sense of urgency is created. This can be particularly effective in sales and marketing contexts. Scarcity effect, creating a limited time offer can prompt quicker decision-making. For example, only 2 left in stock, creates urgency, pushing customers to act before missing out. Deadline effect, setting deadlines can enhance commitment. In negotiations, proposing a time-limited offer can motivate parties to reach an agreement quickly. 2. The role of timing in influence. Psychological studies suggest that people are more likely to be influenced when they feel good. Timing your persuasive attempts to align with positive moments can yield better results. Positive experiences. Research indicates that individuals are more likely to agree to requests after experiencing positive emotions, such as laughter or enjoyment. Incorporating humor or positive anecdotes can make your message more persuasive. Mood congruence. Aligning your message with the audience's mood can enhance receptivity. For example, if an audience is feeling hopeful, framing your message in a positive light will resonate more effectively. Strategies for adapting to timing challenges. Despite your best efforts, timing challenges may arise. Here are strategies to navigate these situations. 1. Reframe your message. If the timing is off, consider reframing your message to align with current circumstances. Adaptability. Be flexible in your approach. If a serious issue arises, pivot your discussion to address the immediate concerns before returning to your original topic. Timing for reflection. If your message initially falls flat, take a step back. Allow time for reflection and revisit the topic later when emotions have settled. 2. Practice patience. Sometimes, waiting for the right moment is necessary. Building anticipation. Allowing time to pass can build anticipation for your message. If you have an important proposal, waiting for a more favorable context can enhance its impact. Timing for results. In negotiations, if you encounter resistance, patience can yield results. Allow time for the other party to consider your offer before pressing further. Conclusion: mastering the art of timing. Timing is a vital component of persuasive communication that often goes unnoticed. By mastering the art of timing, you can significantly enhance your ability to influence others. Consider the emotional and contextual factors that impact receptiveness and adjust your delivery accordingly. Employing techniques such as reading the room, utilizing the element of surprise, and planning for strategic intervals can maximize the impact of your message. As you navigate different contexts, whether professional or personal, remain adaptable and patient. By recognizing the nuances of timing, you can become a more effective persuader, delivering messages that resonate deeply and inspire action. In the ever-evolving landscape of communication, the ability to identify and leverage timing will not only enhance your persuasive abilities but will also foster deeper connections with your audience, paving the way for lasting influence and meaningful relationships. Chapter 17. Persuading in Professional Environments. The landscape of professional persuasion. In today's dynamic workplace, the ability to persuade effectively is a cornerstone of success. Whether you're leading a team, negotiating a deal, or presenting an idea to stakeholders, mastering the art of persuasion can significantly impact your professional relationships and career trajectory. This chapter explores the nuances of persuasive communication in professional settings, offering practical strategies to influence colleagues, superiors, and clients effectively. The foundations of professional persuasion. 1. Understanding your professional environment. Before attempting to persuade others, it's crucial to understand the context of your professional environment. Different workplace cultures, corporate, creative, academic, or entrepreneurial, demand varied approaches to persuasion. Corporate culture. In a corporate setting, hierarchical structures often dictate how information is shared and decisions are made. Persuasion may rely more on data-driven arguments and formal presentations. Creative industries. In creative fields, persuasion may hinge on emotional resonance and storytelling, as colleagues are often motivated by passion and innovation. Startups. In startup environments, agility and adaptability are key. Persuasion here often requires a collaborative approach, inviting feedback and fostering a sense of shared ownership. 2. Recognizing audience dynamics. Understanding your audience is fundamental to crafting persuasive messages. In professional settings, your audience may include peers, supervisors, or clients, each with distinct motivations and concerns. Peer influence. Colleagues often respond to peer validation and support. Emphasizing team benefits can sway decisions in group settings. Supervisor expectations. When addressing superiors, align your proposals with organizational goals and demonstrate how your ideas can contribute to these objectives. Client perspectives. For clients, understanding their pain points and desired outcomes is essential. Tailoring your message to show how your solution meets their specific needs increases the likelihood of persuasion. Techniques for persuasion in professional settings. 1. Building rapport and trust. The foundation of effective persuasion is trust. Building rapport with colleagues creates a conducive environment for influence. Active listening. Demonstrating genuine interest in others' opinions fosters trust. Use active listening techniques, such as paraphrasing, nodding, and asking clarifying questions, to show that you value their input. Shared experiences. Finding common ground through shared experiences, challenges, or goals can enhance connection and make your audience more receptive to your ideas. 2. Tailoring your message. Once rapport is established, tailor your message to resonate with your audience's values and interests. Alignment with goals. Frame your proposals in a way that aligns with the organizational goals or team objectives. For example, if proposing a new software tool, emphasize how it can increase productivity or enhance team collaboration. Use of data and evidence. In professional settings, especially corporate environments, data-driven arguments hold significant weight. Support your claims with relevant statistics, case studies, or testimonials to build credibility. 3. The art of framing. How you frame your message can greatly influence its reception. Effective framing helps shape perceptions and guide your audience's thinking. Positive framing: highlight the benefits and positive outcomes of your proposal. For instance, instead of focusing on the costs of a new initiative, emphasize the potential for increased revenue or improved efficiency. Risk framing: when addressing potential concerns, present risks alongside the benefits. This demonstrates a balanced perspective and can mitigate apprehensions. Persuasive communication techniques. 1. Storytelling in professional contexts. Storytelling is a powerful tool in professional persuasion. It helps make your message relatable and memorable. Case studies: use real-life examples or success stories to illustrate your points. For instance, if proposing a marketing strategy, share a case study where similar tactics led to significant results. Personal narratives: incorporating personal experiences can humanize your message and create emotional connections. For instance, sharing a challenge you faced and how you overcame it can inspire colleagues and illustrate your points effectively. 2. Leveraging nonverbal communication. Nonverbal cues can enhance your persuasive efforts. Understanding and utilizing body language, eye contact, and facial expressions can significantly impact your message. Confident posture: maintain an open and confident posture to convey authority and assurance in your ideas. Eye contact: establishing eye contact fosters connection and engagement. It signals confidence and sincerity, encouraging your audience to trust your message. 3. Timing your persuasive efforts. As discussed in Chapter 16, timing is crucial. Knowing when to present your ideas can make a significant difference. Choosing the right moment, for instance, presenting a new idea during a team meeting after positive feedback, can create a more receptive atmosphere. Follow-up timing: timing your follow-up strategically can also enhance influence. A timely check-in after a proposal can demonstrate your commitment and encourage further dialogue. Navigating high-stakes situations. In high-stakes scenarios, such as negotiations or critical presentations, persuasive strategies must be adapted to meet the intensity of the moment. 1. Preparing for negotiations. Negotiation requires a blend of preparation and adaptability. Here are some strategies to ensure successful outcomes. Research and prepare: understand the interests and motivations of the other party. Anticipate their needs and concerns to tailor your approach effectively. Practice active listening: during negotiations, listen carefully to the other party's position. This demonstrates respect and can provide insight into how to frame your responses. 2. Handling difficult conversations. Difficult conversations can arise in various professional contexts, such as performance reviews or conflict resolution. Employing effective persuasion can ease tensions. Empathetic communication: acknowledge the emotions of others during tough discussions. Validating their feelings can help diffuse conflict and create a more open dialogue. Solution-focused approach: when discussing challenges, focus on solutions rather than problems. This proactive approach encourages collaboration and positive outcomes. Case studies of effective persuasion in the workplace. Real-world examples of successful persuasion in professional settings provide valuable insights. 1. The tech firm's innovative proposal. A tech company faced resistance when proposing a new software development method that required significant changes. By framing the proposal around enhancing productivity and including a successful case study from a competitor, the team successfully persuaded stakeholders to adopt the new methodology. 2. The marketing campaign pitch. In a competitive agency pitch, a team used storytelling techniques to highlight their campaign's potential impact. They presented data-driven results from previous campaigns and shared client testimonials. Their compelling narrative and alignment with the client's vision secured the contract. Continuous improvement and feedback. In professional environments, the ability to learn and adapt is vital for ongoing persuasive success. 1. Seeking feedback. After presentations or proposals, solicit feedback from colleagues or mentors. This will help identify strengths and areas for improvement. Reflective practice. After each persuasive effort, reflect on what worked well and what could be enhanced. Adjust your approach based on the feedback received. 2. Continuous learning. Engage in continuous learning about persuasive techniques, industry trends, and communication strategies. Professional development. Attend workshops, seminars, and courses focused on negotiation, influence, and communication skills. Staying updated on best practices enhances your persuasive capabilities. Conclusion: mastering persuasion in professional environments. Persuasion in professional settings is a multifaceted skill that requires understanding, adaptability, and continuous learning. By establishing rapport, tailoring messages, utilizing effective communication techniques, and navigating high-stakes situations with confidence, you can become a more persuasive influence within your organization. As the workplace continues to evolve, so too must your persuasive strategies. Embrace the art of persuasion as a dynamic process that reflects both your personal style and the unique characteristics of your professional environment. By doing so, you will not only enhance your ability to influence others but also contribute to creating a collaborative and innovative workplace culture. Chapter 18. Influence in Personal Relationships. The power of persuasion in personal connections. Influence is not confined to the boardroom or professional environments, it is equally vital in our personal relationships. Whether we are negotiating household decisions, navigating family dynamics, or maintaining friendships, the ability to persuade and communicate effectively shapes the quality of our interactions and the strength of our connections. This chapter delves into the art of persuasion in personal relationships, exploring techniques that foster understanding, enhance intimacy, and resolve conflicts. The foundations of persuasive influence in personal relationships. 1. Understanding relational dynamics. Personal relationships encompass a wide range of connections, including those with family, friends, and romantic partners. Each type of relationship comes with its own dynamics, and understanding these is crucial for effective persuasion. Family dynamics. Family relationships often involve deep emotional ties and histories. Recognizing these nuances can help tailor your persuasive approach. For instance, parents might respond differently to requests compared to siblings due to their established roles and expectations. Friendship bonds. Friendships are typically based on mutual respect and shared interests. Persuasion here may involve finding common ground and demonstrating empathy toward friends' feelings and desires. Romantic partnerships. In romantic relationships, communication is crucial for building intimacy and resolving conflicts. The ability to influence your partner's thoughts and feelings requires a delicate balance of honesty, affection, and understanding. 2. Recognizing emotional triggers. Emotions play a pivotal role in personal relationships, influencing how we communicate and how receptive we are to persuasion. Identifying triggers. Understanding what triggers emotional responses in yourself and others can enhance your persuasive efforts. For example, recognizing that a partner feels insecure about their career can guide how you approach discussions about finances. Validating emotions. Acknowledging and validating the emotions of others fosters trust and openness. This emotional connection can make individuals more receptive to your perspective. Techniques for persuasion in personal relationships. 1. Active listening and empathy. Active listening is a cornerstone of effective communication and persuasion. It involves fully concentrating on what the other person is saying, demonstrating genuine interest, and responding thoughtfully. Demonstrating empathy. When someone shares their feelings or concerns, respond with empathy. Phrases like, "I understand how that must feel," or, "that sounds really challenging," can validate their emotions and create a safe space for discussion. Reflective responses. Use reflective listening techniques to paraphrase what the other person has said. This shows that you are engaged and encourages them to elaborate, enhancing mutual understanding. 2. Crafting persuasive messages. Tailoring your message to resonate with the listener's values and desires can significantly enhance your persuasive efforts. Aligning with values. frame your requests or suggestions in a way that aligns with the other person's values. For example, if discussing household chores with a partner who values teamwork, emphasize how sharing responsibilities strengthens your partnership. Using positive language, the words you choose matter. Employ positive language that emphasizes benefits rather than focusing on negatives. Instead of saying, "We need to stop spending so much," you might say, "By saving more, we can plan a trip together." 3. The role of nonverbal communication. Nonverbal cues, such as body language, tone of voice, and facial expressions, play a significant role in how messages are received. Open body language, adopt an open and inviting posture during conversations. Avoid crossing your arms or looking away, as these can signal defensiveness or disinterest. Consistent tone, ensure your tone matches your message. If you're discussing something serious, your tone should reflect that seriousness, while a light-hearted conversation can afford a more relaxed tone. Navigating conflict with persuasion. Conflicts are a natural part of any relationship, but how you approach these situations can make a significant difference in their resolution. 1. Addressing issues calmly and respectfully. When conflicts arise, it's essential to approach the situation calmly and respectfully to encourage constructive dialogue. Timing matters, choose an appropriate time to discuss conflicts. Avoid bringing up sensitive issues and emotions are running high or when one party is preoccupied with stress or distractions. Use "I" statements, frame your concerns using "I" statements rather than "you" statements to avoid sounding accusatory. For example, "I feel overlooked when decisions are made without my input," is less confrontational than "you never include me in decisions." 2. Finding common ground. Persuasion is often more effective when it emphasizes shared goals and values. Collaborative problem solving. Approach conflicts as collaborative efforts to find a solution that satisfies both parties. Use phrases like, "How can we find a solution that works for both of us?" to foster teamwork in problem solving. Identify shared interests, highlight areas of agreement before addressing differences. For instance, if discussing how to manage household finances, start by acknowledging shared goals, such as saving for a vacation, before delving into disagreements over budgeting. Strengthening bonds through persuasion. 1. Building intimacy and connection. Influence in personal relationships also involves nurturing intimacy and connection. Vulnerability, share your thoughts and feelings openly. Vulnerability fosters closeness and invites reciprocity. For example, discussing your insecurities can encourage your partner to share theirs, deepening emotional intimacy. Quality time, spend quality time together engaging in activities that both parties enjoy. This shared experience strengthens bonds and makes future persuasive efforts more likely to succeed. 2. Expressing appreciation and affection. Regularly expressing appreciation and affection can enhance relational dynamics and make individuals more receptive to influence. Verbal affirmations, use words of affirmation to recognize the efforts and contributions of others. Simple phrases like, "I appreciate how hard you work," can make a significant impact. Acts of kindness, small gestures, like leaving a thoughtful note or planning a surprise date, can reinforce positive feelings and make future conversations more pleasant. The influence of social dynamics in personal relationships. Personal relationships often exist within a broader social context, and understanding these dynamics can enhance your ability to persuade. 1. The role of mutual friends and family. The opinions of mutual friends and family can significantly influence personal relationships. Social proof, people often look to their social circles for validation. If friends or family endorse your perspective or decisions, it can enhance your persuasive efforts. Navigating influence, be aware of how external influences can impact personal dynamics. For instance, if a friend expresses disapproval of a decision, it may create tension that you need to navigate carefully. 2. Handling external pressures. Personal relationships can be affected by external pressures such as work stress or financial concerns. Recognizing stressors, being mindful of external stressors can help you approach conversations with greater empathy and understanding. For instance, if your partner is stressed about work, it may not be the best time to discuss household responsibilities. Offering support: when external pressures arise, offer your support and understanding. This can strengthen the relationship and create a foundation for effective persuasion. Continuous growth in personal influence skills. Persuasion is a skill that can be refined and developed over time. 1. Reflective practice. Regularly reflecting on your interactions can enhance your persuasive capabilities. Journaling. Keep a journal to reflect on your communication experiences, noting what worked well and what didn't. This can help identify patterns and areas for improvement. Feedback from loved ones. Seek constructive feedback from trusted friends or partners about your communication style and how it impacts them. 2. Continuous learning. Engage in continuous learning about communication and relationship dynamics. Read books and articles, explore literature on emotional intelligence, communication, and conflict resolution to expand your understanding of relational dynamics. Attend workshops. Consider attending workshops or seminars focused on effective communication and relationship building. Conclusion: the art of persuasion in personal relationships. Persuasion is an integral part of personal relationships, shaping how we connect, communicate, and resolve conflicts. By understanding relational dynamics, employing effective communication techniques, and fostering emotional connections, you can enhance your ability to influence others positively. The goal of persuasive communication in personal relationships is not to control or manipulate but to foster understanding and build deeper connections. As you cultivate these skills, you will find that your relationships grow stronger, more resilient, and more fulfilling, ultimately enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Chapter 19. Persuasive Writing and Digital Influence. The New Frontier of Persuasion. In an age dominated by digital communication, the ability to persuade through writing has become more crucial than ever. Whether you are drafting an email, writing a report, or engaging in social media, the words you choose can significantly influence how your message is received. This chapter will explore the principles of persuasive writing and digital influence, equipping you with the tools to craft compelling messages that resonate with your audience. The importance of persuasive writing in a digital era. 1. Understanding digital communication. Digital communication encompasses a broad spectrum, including emails, social media posts, blogs, and online articles. Each format presents unique opportunities and challenges for persuasion. Email communication. Emails are often the first point of contact in professional settings. A well-crafted email can capture attention, convey professionalism, and motivate action. Conversely, a poorly written email can lead to misunderstandings or missed opportunities. Social media influence. Platforms like Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram allow for instant communication but require brevity and clarity. Persuasive messages must stand out in a crowded digital landscape. Content creation. Blogs, articles, and website copy serve as longer-form content that can inform, engage, and persuade readers over time. Effective content marketing relies on persuasive writing techniques to attract and retain audiences. 2. The shift to digital persuasion. The digital age has changed how we communicate and influence others. Unlike face-to-face interactions, digital communication lacks nonverbal cues, making it imperative to convey emotion and intent through words alone. Building connection online. Establishing a personal connection online requires authenticity and relatability. Readers must feel that they are engaging with a real person, not just a corporate entity or a faceless profile. Navigating attention spans. In a world of constant distractions, capturing and retaining attention is more challenging. Writers must be succinct and impactful, delivering their messages in a way that quickly resonates with their audience. Crafting persuasive messages. 1. Know your audience. Understanding your audience is the foundation of persuasive writing. Tailoring your message to the audience's interests, needs, and motivations can significantly increase its effectiveness. Research and analysis. Conduct thorough research on your audience. Consider demographics, interests, and pain points. Use tools like surveys or social media insights to gather data on their preferences and behaviors. Creating personas. Develop audience personas that encapsulate the characteristics of your target readers. This will help you write with their specific needs in mind, making your communication more targeted and relevant. 2. Structuring your message. The structure of your message can influence how effectively it persuades. A well-organized piece guides the reader through your arguments and makes it easier to follow your reasoning. The inverted pyramid. In journalism, the inverted pyramid structure places the most important information at the top, followed by supporting details. This approach ensures that readers grasp the main point quickly, even if they skim the content. Clear call to action. CTA. Every persuasive piece should conclude with a clear call to action. Whether you want readers to subscribe to a newsletter, purchase a product, or share your content, your CTA should be specific and compelling. 3. Employing persuasive techniques. Several persuasive techniques can enhance the impact of your writing. Emotional appeals. Tap into emotions by telling relatable stories, using evocative language, and appealing to readers' values. Emotional connections can drive readers to act. Logical arguments. Use facts, statistics, and logical reasoning to support your claims. Establishing credibility through well-researched information strengthens your persuasive efforts. Social proof. Incorporate testimonials, reviews, or case studies to provide social proof. When readers see that others have benefited from your idea or product, they are more likely to be persuaded. The power of language in persuasion. 1. Choosing the right words. The language you use can significantly affect how your message is perceived. Selecting the right words can evoke emotions, create imagery, and persuade effectively. Active voice. Writing in the active voice creates a sense of immediacy and engagement. For example, "We will launch the project next week" is more direct and powerful than "the project will be launched next week." Positive language. Use positive and empowering language to inspire confidence. Instead of saying, "Don't miss this opportunity," you might say, "Seize this opportunity to advance your career." Clear and concise language. Clarity is key in persuasive writing. Avoid jargon or overly complex phrases that could confuse the reader. Strive for simplicity and precision to enhance understanding. 2. The role of tone and style. The tone of your writing sets the stage for how your message is received. Matching your tone to the audience and context is crucial for effective persuasion. Professional versus casual tone. Depending on your audience, you may choose a formal or informal tone. Business emails typically require professionalism, while social media posts can be more casual and personable. Consistency in style. Maintain consistency in your writing style throughout your communication. This builds trust and familiarity, making readers more receptive to your message. Leveraging digital platforms for influence. 1. Social media strategies. Social media is a powerful tool for persuasion, but effective use requires strategy and adaptability. Engaging content. Create visually appealing and interactive content, such as infographics, videos, and polls, to capture attention and encourage engagement. Posts that invite responses or share experiences foster community. Authentic engagement. Respond to comments, share user-generated content, and engage in conversations with your audience. Authentic interactions build rapport and enhance your influence. Consistency in posting. Regularly share content that aligns with your audience's interests and your brand's message. Consistency helps establish your authority and keeps your audience engaged. 2. Email marketing techniques. Email remains a powerful medium for persuasion, especially in business contexts. Personalization. Tailor your emails to the recipient's preferences and past interactions. Personalized messages are more likely to be opened and acted upon. Compelling subject lines. the subject line is the first impression of your email. Use action-oriented language and curiosity to entice recipients to open your email. For example, unlock exclusive insights for your business is more enticing than newsletter, October edition. A/B testing. Experiment with different approaches in your emails, such as subject lines, formats, and CTAs. A/B testing can help you identify what resonates best with your audience. Ethical considerations in persuasive writing. 1. Transparency and honesty. Maintaining ethical standards in persuasive writing is crucial for building trust with your audience. Avoid misleading claims. Ensure that your content is truthful and does not exaggerate claims. Misleading your audience can lead to loss of credibility and trust. Cite sources. Whenever you use statistics or facts, provide proper citations. Transparency about where your information comes from enhances your credibility. 2. Respecting audience autonomy. Persuasive writing should empower the audience to make informed decisions rather than manipulate them. Encourage critical thinking. Invite your audience to consider different perspectives. Providing balanced viewpoints can help your readers feel more respected and valued. Respect privacy. Be mindful of your audience's privacy, especially in digital communications. Use data responsibly and ensure compliance with privacy regulations. Measuring the impact of your persuasion. 1. Analyzing engagement metrics. Understanding the impact of your persuasive writing is essential for continuous improvement. Tracking performance. Utilize analytics tools to track engagement metrics such as open rates, click-through rates, and social media shares. These metrics provide insight into how your audience is responding. Gathering feedback. Encourage feedback from your audience through surveys or comments. Understanding what resonates and what doesn't can inform future persuasive efforts. 2. Iterative improvement. Effective persuasive writing is an iterative process. Use insights gained from metrics and feedback to refine your approach. Review and revise. Regularly review your past writings to identify areas for improvement. Consider what techniques were effective and which ones fell flat. Stay updated. The digital landscape is constantly evolving. Stay informed about emerging trends in communication and persuasion to adapt your strategies accordingly. Conclusion: mastering the art of persuasive writing. In a world where digital communication is the primary means of connection, mastering persuasive writing is essential for personal and professional success. By understanding your audience, employing effective techniques, and maintaining ethical standards, you can craft messages that resonate, inspire action, and foster lasting relationships. The art of persuasion is not just about convincing others, it's about connecting, understanding, and engaging with your audience in meaningful ways. As you continue to hone your persuasive writing skills, you will discover the profound impact your words can have in shaping opinions, driving action, and creating positive change in the world around you. Chapter 20. Building self-confidence in your message. The power of self-confidence in persuasion. Self-confidence is a cornerstone of effective communication and persuasion. When you believe in yourself and your message, it not only enhances your credibility but also inspires trust in your audience. This chapter delves into the essential role self-confidence plays in persuasion, providing practical strategies to help you strengthen your belief in your message. By cultivating self-confidence, you will be better equipped to influence others and create lasting impacts in both your personal and professional interactions. Understanding self-confidence. 1. Defining self-confidence. Self-confidence refers to the belief in one's abilities, qualities, and judgment. It manifests as a positive self-image and the assurance that you can face challenges and convey your message effectively. In the context of persuasion, self-confidence enables you to present your ideas with conviction, engage your audience, and navigate conversations with ease. 2. The importance of self-confidence in communication. Self-confidence directly impacts how you communicate. When you exude confidence, your audience is more likely to trust your expertise and be receptive to your ideas. Here are a few ways self-confidence influences communication. Credibility. Confident speakers are often perceived as more knowledgeable and trustworthy. When you convey your message assertively, others are more likely to accept it. Engagement. A confident demeanor captures attention and fosters engagement. Your audience is more likely to listen actively and respond positively. Resilience. Confidence helps you navigate objections, challenges, and setbacks. It empowers you to maintain composure and adapt your approach as needed. Identifying barriers to self-confidence. 1. Common barriers to self-confidence. Before you can build self-confidence, it's important to recognize what might be holding you back. Common barriers include self-doubt. Insecurity about your skills, knowledge, or experience can undermine your confidence. Negative self-talk often feeds this doubt. Fear of rejection. The fear of being criticized or rejected by others can inhibit your willingness to express your ideas openly. Perfectionism. The belief that you must be flawless can create pressure that hinders your ability to speak up and share your thoughts. Comparison to others. Measuring yourself against others can lead to feelings of inadequacy and diminished self-worth. 2. Assessing your current confidence level. Reflect on your current confidence levels when communicating. Consider the following questions. In what situations do you feel most confident? When do you experience self-doubt or anxiety about your message? Are there specific triggers that lead to a lack of confidence? By identifying patterns in your communication experiences, you can better understand where to focus your efforts in building self-confidence. Cultivating self-confidence. 1. Setting achievable goals. Building self-confidence is a gradual process that begins with setting realistic and achievable goals. Start small to gain momentum and experience success. Identify specific goals. Determine specific areas where you want to improve your confidence. This could be speaking up in meetings, delivering presentations, or engaging in difficult conversations. Break goals down. Break larger goals into smaller, manageable steps. For example, if your goal is to present to a large group, start by practicing in front of a mirror or with a trusted friend. Celebrate small wins. Acknowledge and celebrate each success, no matter how small. Recognizing your progress reinforces your belief in your abilities. 2. Practice and preparation. Preparation breeds confidence. The more familiar you are with your material, the more assured you will feel when presenting it. Research your topic. Knowledge is power. Thoroughly research your subject matter to feel well-informed and ready to address questions or concerns. Rehearse. Practice your delivery multiple times. This could include rehearsing in front of a mirror, recording yourself, or presenting to friends or family. The more you practice, the more natural your delivery will become. Visualize success. Visualization is a powerful technique. Take a few moments before a presentation or conversation to envision yourself speaking confidently and receiving positive responses. 3. Developing positive self-talk. The language you use when speaking to yourself influences your self-confidence. Cultivating positive self-talk can reshape your mindset. Challenge negative thoughts. Pay attention to your inner dialogue. When negative thoughts arise, challenge them. For example, if you think, "I'll mess this up," counter it with, "I've prepared for this, and I'm capable." Use affirmations. Create positive affirmations that reinforce your abilities and strengths. Repeat these affirmations regularly, especially before important interactions. Focus on strengths. Shift your focus from perceived weaknesses to your strengths. Identify what you do well and leverage those skills in your communication. Building presence and demeanor. 1. Body language and nonverbal cues. Your body language plays a significant role in how confident you appear to others. By consciously managing your nonverbal cues, you can project confidence even if you don't feel it internally. Maintain eye contact. Eye contact conveys confidence and engagement. Practice making eye contact during conversations to establish a connection with your audience. Posture matters. Stand or sit up straight to project confidence. Open and relaxed posture invites trust and receptivity. Use gestures. Appropriate hand gestures can enhance your message and convey enthusiasm. Avoid closed-off gestures, such as crossing your arms, as they may signal insecurity. 2. Developing a strong voice. Your vocal delivery can also influence perceptions of your confidence. Focus on the following aspects. Volume. Speak at a volume that is clear and audible. Avoid mumbling or speaking too softly, as this can suggest uncertainty. Pace. Control the pace of your speech. Speaking too quickly can convey nervousness, while a steady pace reflects confidence and thoughtfulness. Clarity. Enunciate your words clearly. Practice articulation exercises to enhance your vocal clarity. Leveraging feedback and support. 1. Seeking constructive feedback. Constructive feedback from trusted individuals can provide valuable insights and help you identify areas for improvement. Identify trusted sources. Seek feedback from mentors, colleagues, or friends who can offer honest and constructive criticism. Ask specific questions. When requesting feedback, ask specific questions about areas where you seek improvement, such as delivery style or clarity of message. Reflect on feedback. Take time to reflect on the feedback you receive. Use it as a learning opportunity to enhance your communication skills. 2. Surrounding yourself with supportive people. The people you surround yourself with can greatly influence your self-confidence. Build a network of supportive individuals who encourage and uplift you. Engage in positive relationships. Spend time with individuals who inspire you and reinforce your self-belief. Positive energy and encouragement can help combat self-doubt. Participate in support groups. Consider joining groups focused on personal development or public speaking. Engaging with like-minded individuals fosters a supportive environment for growth. Embracing vulnerability and growth. 1. Accepting imperfection. Recognize that perfection is unattainable. Embrace vulnerability as a natural part of the communication process. Learn from mistakes. Instead of fearing failure, view it as an opportunity for growth. Reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve in the future. Share your journey. Being open about your struggles with self-confidence can resonate with others. Sharing your experiences can create connections and foster a supportive community. 2. Committing to continuous improvement. Self-confidence is an ongoing journey. Commit to continuously enhancing your skills and beliefs. Invest in personal development. Consider attending workshops, enrolling in courses, or reading books focused on communication and self-improvement. Reflect on your progress. Regularly assess your growth and development. Reflect on situations where you felt confident and those where you didn't. Use this reflection to set new goals. Conclusion: the empowering nature of self-confidence. Building self-confidence in your message is an empowering journey that requires intentional effort and practice. By understanding the importance of self-confidence, identifying barriers, cultivating positive habits, and leveraging support, you can enhance your ability to communicate persuasively. Remember that self-confidence is not just about feeling good, it's about embodying your message and influencing others with authenticity. As you continue to strengthen your self-belief, you will not only become a more persuasive communicator but also inspire confidence in those around you. Embrace the power of self-confidence, and watch how it transforms your ability to connect, engage, and persuade in all aspects of your life. Chapter 21. Overcoming Self-Doubt and Cognitive Biases. The Hidden Barriers to Influence. Self-doubt and cognitive biases can serve as significant obstacles to effective communication and persuasion. Understanding these internal challenges is crucial for anyone looking to enhance their influence. This chapter will explore what self-doubt is, the various cognitive biases that can distort our thinking, and practical strategies for overcoming these barriers. By addressing self-doubt and recognizing cognitive biases, you can boost your confidence, enhance your communication skills, and increase your persuasive abilities. Understanding self-doubt. 1. Defining self-doubt. Self-doubt is an internal narrative that leads individuals to question their abilities, skills, or potential outcomes. It manifests as feelings of inadequacy and can undermine the confidence necessary for effective communication. When self-doubt creeps in, it can make you second-guess your ideas and hesitate in presenting them, which can diminish your persuasive power. 2. Sources of self-doubt. Self-doubt can arise from various sources, including past experiences. Negative feedback or failures in the past can lead to a fear of repeating those experiences. Comparison with others. Constantly measuring yourself against peers can foster feelings of inadequacy, especially in competitive environments. Perfectionism. The belief that you must be perfect in your presentations or arguments can create an overwhelming fear of making mistakes. Lack of preparation. Feeling unprepared can heighten self-doubt, leading to anxiety about your ability to communicate effectively. Recognizing cognitive biases. Cognitive biases are systematic patterns of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment. They can distort your perception and lead to flawed decision-making. Some common cognitive biases that may contribute to self-doubt include 1. Confirmation bias. This bias leads individuals to focus on information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory evidence. If you doubt your abilities, you might selectively remember instances that reinforce that doubt, disregarding evidence of your successes. 2. Anchoring bias. The anchoring bias occurs when individuals rely too heavily on the first piece of information they encounter. For instance, if someone criticized your work early in your career, that criticism may become an anchor, negatively influencing your self-perception. 3. The Dunning-Kruger effect. This bias describes the tendency for individuals with low ability in a specific area to overestimate their competence. Conversely, those who are truly skilled may underestimate their abilities, leading to self-doubt. 4. Catastrophizing. This cognitive distortion involves imagining the worst possible outcome. For example, if you fear delivering a presentation poorly, you might convince yourself that it will lead to significant repercussions, causing increased anxiety. Strategies for overcoming self-doubt. 1. Building self-awareness. Awareness is the first step toward overcoming self-doubt. Recognize when self-doubt arises and examine the thoughts that accompany it. Keep a journal, document instances when self-doubt occurs, noting triggers and your thoughts at the time. Reflecting on these moments can help you identify patterns and root causes. Mindfulness practices. Engage in mindfulness meditation or breathing exercises to ground yourself and reduce anxiety. Mindfulness can enhance your awareness of negative self-talk and help you redirect your thoughts. 2. Reframing negative thoughts. Once you identify self-doubt, actively work to reframe negative thoughts. Challenge your inner critic. When you hear negative thoughts, counter them with positive affirmations. For instance, replace "I'm not good at this" with "I have valuable insights to share." Use evidence-based thinking. Instead of allowing self-doubt to dominate, gather evidence of your past successes and capabilities. Create a success file where you store positive feedback, accomplishments, and moments of pride. 3. Set realistic goals. Setting attainable goals can reduce the pressure that fuels self-doubt. Break goals down. Divide larger goals into smaller, manageable tasks. This makes challenges less daunting and allows you to celebrate incremental successes. Focus on progress, not perfection. Shift your mindset from seeking perfection to valuing progress. Embrace mistakes as opportunities to learn and grow rather than indicators of failure. Combating cognitive biases. 1. Develop critical thinking skills. Enhancing your critical thinking can help you identify and mitigate cognitive biases. Question assumptions. Regularly ask yourself if your beliefs are supported by evidence. Consider alternative viewpoints to develop a well-rounded perspective. Engage in discussions. Sharing your thoughts with others can provide valuable insights. Engaging in constructive conversations allows you to test your ideas and receive diverse perspectives. 2. Use decision-making frameworks. Utilizing structured decision-making frameworks can minimize the influence of biases. SWOT analysis: assess the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats related to a decision. This holistic approach helps clarify your thinking and reduce emotional bias. Pros and cons lists: create lists to weigh the benefits and drawbacks of a situation. This visual representation can help combat bias by providing a clearer picture. 3. Seek diverse perspectives. Surrounding yourself with individuals who offer varied viewpoints can help challenge your cognitive biases. Collaborate with others: work with a diverse group of individuals in team settings. Exposure to different opinions can broaden your understanding and provide alternative solutions to challenges. Mentorship: seek out mentors who can provide guidance and challenge your thinking. A mentor can offer insights based on their experiences, helping you to view situations more objectively. Cultivating a growth mindset. 1. Embrace learning and adaptability. A growth mindset, the belief that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work, can significantly combat self-doubt and cognitive biases. Adopt lifelong learning: embrace opportunities for learning and growth. Attend workshops, read books, and engage in activities that challenge you to improve. Celebrate effort, not just results. Acknowledge the effort you put into a task, regardless of the outcome. This reinforces the idea that growth comes from striving and learning. 2. Resilience in the face of challenges. Developing resilience allows you to bounce back from setbacks and maintain your self-confidence. Practice self-compassion: be kind to yourself when faced with challenges. Recognize that everyone experiences self-doubt and that it's a natural part of growth. Reflect on past resilience: remind yourself of times when you overcame challenges in the past. Reflecting on your resilience can help bolster your confidence when facing new obstacles. Conclusion: transforming self-doubt into self-belief. Overcoming self-doubt and cognitive biases is an essential step in enhancing your persuasive communication skills. By recognizing the roots of self-doubt, challenging cognitive biases, and cultivating a growth mindset, you can transform your self-perception and enhance your ability to influence others. This journey is not about eliminating self-doubt entirely but learning to manage it effectively. By developing the tools and strategies outlined in this chapter, you will empower yourself to communicate with confidence, clarity, and conviction. As you continue to grow and develop, remember that the path to overcoming self-doubt is a journey, and each step forward strengthens your capacity to influence and persuade. Embrace the challenges and opportunities for growth, and watch how they enrich your ability to connect and inspire those around you. Chapter 22. Developing a Persuasive Mindset. The power of mindset in persuasion. A persuasive mindset is not merely about mastering techniques or tools. It encompasses a comprehensive set of attitudes and beliefs that shape how you approach influence and communication. Your mindset can dramatically affect your ability to connect with others, craft compelling messages, and ultimately persuade them to take action. In this chapter, we will explore the components of a persuasive mindset, practical strategies to develop it, and the long-term benefits it can yield in various aspects of life. The components of a persuasive mindset. To develop a persuasive mindset, it's essential to understand its key components, each of which contributes to effective influence and communication. 1. Openness to learning. A persuasive mindset thrives on curiosity and a willingness to learn from experiences, both successes and failures. Embrace feedback: actively seek constructive criticism and learn from it. View feedback as a growth opportunity rather than a personal attack. Stay inquisitive: cultivate a habit of asking questions. Being genuinely curious about others' perspectives can help you adapt your message and tailor your approach to their needs. 2. Resilience and adaptability. In the face of challenges or setbacks, resilience allows you to bounce back and adapt your strategies without losing momentum. View setbacks as opportunities: recognize that failures are a natural part of the learning process. Each setback provides insights that can enhance your future persuasive efforts. Be flexible, adapt your communication style to suit different audiences and contexts. Understanding that what works in one scenario may not work in another is crucial for effective persuasion. 3. Confidence in yourself and your message. Confidence plays a vital role in persuasion. When you believe in your message and your ability to communicate it, you're more likely to influence others effectively. Cultivate self-belief, engage in practices that enhance your self-esteem, such as visualization techniques or positive affirmations. Remind yourself of your strengths and previous successes in persuasive situations. Practice assertive communication, develop the ability to express your thoughts and opinions clearly and confidently. Assertiveness conveys conviction and can help persuade others. 4. Empathy and understanding. Empathy involves understanding others' feelings, perspectives, and needs, which can significantly enhance your persuasive efforts. Active listening. Use active listening techniques to show genuine interest in others' viewpoints. This not only helps you understand their needs but also fosters rapport. Put yourself in their shoes, try to see situations from the perspective of your audience. This understanding can help you frame your message in a way that resonates with them. Strategies for developing a persuasive mindset. Building a persuasive mindset involves consistent practice and self-reflection. Here are practical strategies to help you cultivate this mindset. 1. Set clear goals for your communication. Establish specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, SMART, goals for your communication efforts. Define your objectives. Before entering a conversation or presentation, clarify what you want to achieve. Setting clear objectives helps guide your message and approach. Evaluate your progress. After each communication attempt, assess whether you achieved your goals. Reflect on what worked well and what could be improved for future interactions. 2. Engage in continuous learning and self-development. Commit to lifelong learning to expand your knowledge and enhance your persuasive abilities. Read widely, explore books, articles, and research on psychology, communication, and persuasion. Familiarity with various perspectives can enrich your understanding of influence. Attend workshops and seminars, participate in training programs focused on communication skills, negotiation tactics, or public speaking to gain new insights and techniques. 3. Reflect on your experiences. Regular reflection allows you to learn from your successes and failures, reinforcing your persuasive mindset. Keep a reflection journal. Write about your persuasive encounters, noting what strategies worked, what didn't, and what you could do differently next time. Analyze real-life examples, study influential figures in history or business. Reflect on their strategies and techniques, considering how you can apply similar methods to your own communication. 4. Surround yourself with positive influences. The people you interact with can significantly impact your mindset and confidence levels. Seek out mentors, connect with individuals who inspire you and can provide guidance on persuasive communication. Learning from their experiences can bolster your confidence. Build a supportive network, surround yourself with positive, like-minded individuals who encourage your growth and challenge you to push your boundaries. The long-term benefits of a persuasive mindset. Developing a persuasive mindset yields numerous benefits that can positively impact various aspects of your life. 1. Enhanced communication skills. A persuasive mindset leads to improved communication skills, enabling you to convey your ideas clearly and compellingly. Improved clarity. You will learn to articulate your thoughts more effectively, making it easier for others to understand your message. Increased engagement. When you approach conversations with curiosity and empathy, you naturally engage your audience, making them more receptive to your ideas. 2. Stronger relationships. By developing a persuasive mindset, you foster deeper connections with others, leading to stronger personal and professional relationships. Greater trust. Demonstrating empathy and understanding builds trust with others, which is essential for effective persuasion. Better collaboration. Enhanced communication skills facilitate collaboration, allowing for more productive discussions and outcomes in team environments. 3. increased influence and leadership potential. A persuasive mindset positions you as a more influential leader, whether in formal or informal settings. Inspiring others, a confident and empathetic approach can inspire those around you to take action or embrace change. Navigating challenges, the resilience gained from developing a persuasive mindset helps you navigate complex situations, making you a valuable asset in any team or organization. 4. Personal growth and self-awareness. The journey of cultivating a persuasive mindset encourages continuous self-reflection and growth. Increased self-confidence. As you develop your persuasive skills, your confidence in your abilities and message will naturally grow. Enhanced emotional intelligence, empathy and active listening promote emotional intelligence, helping you navigate interpersonal dynamics more effectively. Conclusion: embracing the journey of persuasion. Developing a persuasive mindset is an ongoing journey that requires commitment, self-reflection, and a willingness to learn. By fostering openness, resilience, confidence, and empathy, you equip yourself with the essential tools for effective communication and influence. As you continue to hone your persuasive skills, remember that every interaction offers an opportunity for growth. Embrace challenges, seek feedback, and remain adaptable as you navigate the complexities of communication. With a persuasive mindset, you not only enhance your ability to influence others but also pave the way for personal growth and deeper connections in all areas of your life. This journey will empower you to craft communication that truly moves people and minds, creating a lasting impact wherever you go. Chapter 23. Case Studies in Persuasion. The power of case studies. Case studies provide concrete examples of how persuasion can be successfully applied in various contexts, offering valuable insights into effective communication strategies. By examining real-life instances of influential figures, campaigns, and movements, we can glean lessons about the art and science of persuasion. This chapter presents a collection of compelling case studies that illustrate different aspects of persuasion, from political speeches and advertising to personal influence and social movements. Each case study highlights specific techniques and approaches that can inspire readers to develop their own persuasive skills. The Civil Rights Movement, Martin Luther King Jr. Background. One of the most significant movements in American history, the Civil Rights Movement sought to end racial segregation and discrimination against African Americans. Central to this movement was Martin Luther King Jr., a minister and activist known for his profound speeches and nonviolent approach to activism. Key persuasive techniques. 1. Storytelling and emotional appeal. In his famous "I Have a Dream" speech, delivered during the 1963 March on Washington, King used storytelling to paint a vivid picture of his vision for a racially integrated and harmonious America. His repeated refrain, "I have a dream," evoked powerful imagery that resonated deeply with his audience. Lesson: effective storytelling can evoke strong emotions, making messages more relatable and impactful. 2. Use of repetition. King strategically employed repetition to emphasize key points and instill a sense of urgency and hope. The rhythmic repetition of phrases helped the audience remember his message and created a call to action. Lesson: repetition reinforces important messages and enhances memorability. 3. Moral framing. King framed the struggle for civil rights as a moral imperative, appealing to the audience's sense of justice and ethics. He emphasized that the fight against segregation was not just a political issue but a moral one. Lesson: framing your message within a moral context can galvanize support and inspire action. Impact. King's persuasive rhetoric not only inspired thousands during the civil rights rallies but also played a pivotal role in shaping public opinion and legislation, contributing to the passage of landmark laws such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Apple, the launch of the iPhone. Background. In 2007, Apple unveiled the iPhone, a groundbreaking product that changed the landscape of mobile technology. The launch event was a masterclass in persuasive marketing. Key persuasive techniques. 1. Creating anticipation. Prior to the launch, Apple created immense anticipation through teasers and marketing campaigns. The company generated buzz by hinting at a revolutionary product without revealing specific details, which piqued consumer curiosity. Lesson: build anticipation to create excitement around a product or idea. 2. Focus on user experience. During the launch, Steve Jobs emphasized the user experience rather than technical specifications. He demonstrated the iPhone's ease of use, showcasing its intuitive interface and multi-touch capabilities. This approach connected with consumers on a personal level. Lesson: prioritize how your message or product enhances the user experience over technical details. 3. Emotional connection. Jobs presented the iPhone not just as a technological innovation, but as a tool that would enhance communication and connectivity among people. By framing the product as a means to foster relationships, Apple appealed to the audience's emotions. Lesson: establishing an emotional connection can make your message more compelling. Impact. The iPhone's launch was a resounding success, leading to a shift in the mobile industry and establishing Apple as a leader in technology. It demonstrated the power of persuasive marketing in shaping consumer behavior. Malala Yousafzai, advocacy for education. Background. Malala Yousafzai, a Pakistani activist for girls' education, gained global recognition after surviving an assassination attempt by the Taliban in 2012. Her advocacy work and powerful speeches have made her an icon of courage and resilience. Key persuasive techniques. 1. Personal narrative. Malala often shares her personal story of standing up for education in the face of adversity. By narrating her experiences, she humanizes the issue and makes it relatable to audiences worldwide. Lesson: personal stories can create a profound impact and foster empathy among listeners. 2. Global perspective. In her speeches, Malala emphasizes the universal right to education, framing it as a global issue that transcends cultural and geographical boundaries. This approach broadens her audience and encourages collective action. Lesson: framing issues as global concerns can galvanize support from diverse groups. 3. Empowerment and hope. Malala's messages focus on empowerment, urging young people, especially girls, to pursue education and advocate for their rights. She instills hope and inspires action, making her message resonate deeply. Lesson: inspiring hope and empowerment can mobilize individuals to take action. Impact. Malala's advocacy has led to significant progress in global education initiatives, and she became the youngest ever Nobel Prize laureate in 2014. Her ability to communicate effectively and passionately about education has influenced millions. The ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Background. In 2014, the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge went viral as a fundraising campaign for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, research. The challenge involved pouring ice water over oneself and donating to the cause, while challenging others to do the same. Key persuasive techniques. 1. Social proof and peer pressure. The challenge relied heavily on social proof, with participants sharing videos of themselves completing the challenge. Seeing friends and public figures participate encouraged others to join in, creating a sense of community. Lesson: leveraging social proof can enhance participation and support for a cause. 2. Simple participation. The challenge was easy to understand and participate in. The simple instructions made it accessible to a wide audience, increasing engagement. Lesson: simplicity and participation can enhance the effectiveness of a campaign. 3. Integration of humor and fun. The humorous aspect of dumping ice water added an element of fun to the campaign, making it more shareable and appealing to a broad audience. Lesson: infusing humor into your message can enhance engagement and shareability. Impact. The Ice Bucket Challenge raised over $220 million for ALS research in a matter of weeks. Its success demonstrated the power of social media and community engagement in driving charitable causes. Barack Obama's 2008 presidential campaign. Background. Barack Obama's campaign for the presidency in 2008 is often cited as a groundbreaking example of modern political persuasion, utilizing innovative strategies to mobilize voters. Key persuasive techniques. 1. Inspirational messaging. Obama's speeches often centered around themes of hope, change, and unity. His ability to inspire audiences with a vision of a better future resonated deeply with voters. Lesson. Inspirational messaging can rally support and motivate individuals to act. 2. Grassroots mobilization. The campaign utilized grassroots organizing, empowering volunteers to engage with their communities. This approach fostered a sense of ownership and connection among supporters. Lesson. Grassroots engagement can enhance commitment and participation. 3. Effective use of technology. Obama's campaign was one of the first to effectively use social media and data analytics to reach voters. By leveraging technology, the campaign communicated directly with supporters, tailored messaging, and increased engagement. Lesson. Embracing technology can enhance outreach and influence. Impact. Obama's successful campaign marked a significant moment in political history, showcasing the effectiveness of modern persuasion strategies in mobilizing a diverse electorate. His presidency and ongoing influence underscore the lasting impact of effective communication in leadership. Conclusion. Lessons learned from case studies in persuasion. Case studies illustrate the diverse applications of persuasion across various contexts, highlighting effective techniques and strategies. Here are key takeaways. Storytelling matters. Engaging narratives create emotional connections and enhance relatability. Repetition reinforces messages, reiterating key points strengthens retention and impact. Empathy drives connection, understanding others' perspectives fosters trust and rapport. Simplicity enhances participation, clear and straightforward messages encourage engagement. Harness technology, leveraging modern tools can amplify outreach and influence. By learning from these compelling examples, readers can apply these lessons to their own communication efforts, crafting messages that not only persuade but also inspire action. In a world where influence is essential, these case studies serve as a guide to mastering the art of persuasion. Chapter 24. Creating lasting impact. The importance of lasting impact. Creating a lasting impact is the ultimate goal of persuasive communication. Whether in a professional setting, personal relationships, or social movements, the ability to influence others effectively can lead to transformative changes that resonate beyond the moment of interaction. This chapter will explore the principles, techniques, and strategies necessary to leave a memorable impression, inspire long-term change, and foster positive ripple effects in various contexts. The foundations of lasting impact. 1. Understanding the audience's needs. The first step in creating a lasting impact is to thoroughly understand the needs, desires, and motivations of your audience. This requires active engagement, empathy, and the ability to listen deeply. Key techniques. Surveys and feedback. Use surveys or informal feedback sessions to gauge what resonates with your audience. Active listening. Engage in conversations with the intent to understand rather than respond. This builds rapport and trust. Observation. Pay attention to body language and emotional cues to gain insights into audience reactions. 2. Clarity of purpose. A clear and compelling purpose serves as the backbone of any persuasive effort. It aligns your message with the audience's values and drives home the significance of your communication. Key techniques. Define your objective. Before communicating, clarify what you want to achieve. Is it to inspire, educate, or motivate action? Communicate your purpose. Share your objective explicitly with your audience. This creates transparency and engages them in the journey. 3. Emotional resonance. People are more likely to remember messages that evoke strong emotions. Creating emotional resonance can significantly enhance the likelihood of your message sticking. Key techniques. Storytelling. use personal or relatable stories that evoke empathy and connect emotionally with the audience. Powerful imagery, incorporate vivid language and visuals to evoke emotions. Imagery enhances memory retention. Shared values, highlight shared values and common goals to create an emotional bond. Techniques for leaving a memorable impression. 1. The power of closing statements. A powerful closing statement can leave a lasting impression. It's your opportunity to encapsulate your message and reinforce its importance. Key techniques. Summarization, recap the main points succinctly, reinforcing the key messages you want your audience to remember. Call to action, encourage specific action steps. Make it clear what you want your audience to do next. Inspirational quotes or anecdotes, conclude with a relevant quote or story that reinforces your message and inspires the audience. 2. Visual and verbal engagement. Incorporating both visual and verbal elements enhances memory retention and engagement. Key techniques. Visual aids, use slides, charts, or videos to complement your message and make complex ideas easier to grasp. Body language and tone, your nonverbal cues, such as gestures, facial expressions, and vocal tone, should align with your message to reinforce it. Interactive elements, engage your audience through polls, Q&A sessions, or discussions that encourage participation. 3. Follow-up communication. The impact of your message can be amplified through follow-up communication. It reinforces the initial message and keeps the conversation going. Key techniques. Thank you notes. A simple thank you note after a meeting or event expresses gratitude and keeps the lines of communication open. Additional resources, share articles, books, or videos related to your message that can deepen understanding. Check-ins, follow up after a significant discussion or event to gauge impact and foster ongoing dialogue. Strategies for inspiring long-term change. 1. Cultivating a supportive community. Creating a community around your message fosters support and encourages collective action. People are more likely to embrace change when they feel they are part of a community. Key techniques. Networking opportunities, organize events or forums that allow like-minded individuals to connect and share ideas. Online communities, leverage social media platforms or online forums to build virtual communities around shared interests. Mentorship programs, facilitate mentorship opportunities where experienced individuals can guide and inspire newcomers. 2. Modeling behavior. Demonstrating the change you want to see is a powerful way to influence others. When people see you embodying the values and actions you promote, they are more likely to follow suit. Key techniques. Led by example, consistently demonstrate the behaviors, attitudes, and practices you advocate. Share personal experiences, open up about your journey, challenges, and successes to inspire others and build credibility. Encourage others, recognize and celebrate the efforts of others who embody the values you promote, reinforcing the community. 3. Reinforcing and celebrating progress. Acknowledging progress, no matter how small, reinforces positive behavior and motivates individuals to continue their efforts. Key techniques. Celebrate milestones, organize events or create recognition programs to celebrate achievements within the community. Feedback loops, establish channels for providing constructive feedback and recognition for efforts made toward the collective goal. Story sharing, encourage community members to share their success stories and the impact of their efforts. Creating positive ripple effects. 1. Empowering others. One of the most effective ways to create a lasting impact is by empowering others to become advocates for your message. This multiplies your influence and broadens the reach of your ideas. Key techniques. Training programs, develop workshops or training sessions that equip individuals with the skills and knowledge they need to promote the cause. Resource sharing, provide tools, templates, and materials that empower individuals to share your message with confidence. Inspire leadership, encourage individuals to take on leadership roles within their communities, promoting your shared goals. 2. Leveraging influencers. Identifying and collaborating with influencers who align with your message can amplify your reach and credibility. Key techniques. Partnerships. Collaborate with influencers or organizations that share your values to co-create campaigns and messages. Testimonials. Utilize endorsements and testimonials from respected figures to lend credibility to your message. Social media engagement. Engage with influencers on social platforms to broaden your audience and reach. 3. Sustaining momentum. Creating lasting impact requires sustained effort. Establish strategies that keep the momentum going long after your initial message has been delivered. Key techniques. Regular updates. Keep your audience informed about progress, upcoming events, and opportunities to get involved. Adaptation and evolution. Be willing to adapt your strategies based on feedback and changing circumstances, keeping your message relevant. Long-term vision. Communicate a clear long-term vision that inspires commitment and ongoing engagement. Conclusion. The legacy of persuasive communication. Creating a lasting impact through persuasive communication is not just about delivering a message, it's about fostering change, inspiring action, and building a community around shared values. By understanding your audience, utilizing effective techniques, and inspiring long-term change, you can create positive ripple effects that extend far beyond the initial interaction. As you implement these strategies, remember that lasting impact is a journey that requires commitment, empathy, and resilience. By dedicating yourself to crafting meaningful communication, you can leave a legacy that resonates with individuals and communities for years to come. Reflection questions. How can you apply the techniques discussed in this chapter to your own communication efforts? What steps can you take to build a supportive community around your message? In what ways can you empower others to promote your vision and sustain momentum? Action steps. Identify a cause or message you are passionate about and outline a plan for creating lasting impact using the techniques discussed. Engage with your audience through feedback and discussions to refine your approach and strengthen your message. Commit to ongoing learning and growth in your persuasive communication skills, exploring new strategies and adapting to changing contexts. By embracing the principles of impactful communication and continuously honing your skills, you can become a persuasive force for good, inspiring others and creating a lasting legacy that makes a difference in the world. Chapter 25. Continuous growth in persuasive skills. The ever-evolving landscape of persuasion. In an age where communication is increasingly digital, immediate, and global, the skills necessary for effective persuasion are more important than ever. Continuous growth in persuasive skills is not just beneficial, it's essential. This chapter explores the tools, resources, and strategies that will empower you to hone your persuasive abilities over time, ensuring you remain adaptable to evolving communication trends. The necessity of lifelong learning. 1. Embracing a growth mindset. At the core of continuous growth is the concept of a growth mindset, a term popularized by psychologist Carol Dweck. It encompasses the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. Key techniques. Self-reflection. Regularly assess your skills and identify areas for improvement. This could involve journaling your experiences and insights gained from various interactions. Goal setting. Set SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, for your persuasive skill development. Seek feedback. Cultivate a culture of feedback with peers, mentors, or even friends. Constructive criticism helps you understand how your communication is perceived and where adjustments are needed. 2. Staying current with trends. The landscape of communication and persuasion is constantly changing. From shifts in consumer behavior to advances in technology, staying updated is crucial. Key techniques. Industry publications. Subscribe to journals and magazines related to psychology, marketing, and communication to stay abreast of new research and trends. Online courses. Platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and LinkedIn Learning offer courses on persuasive communication, negotiation, and related subjects. Podcasts and webinars. Engage with thought leaders and experts in the field by following relevant podcasts or attending webinars. Building a personal development plan. 1. Assessing your current skills. To grow effectively, you need to have a clear understanding of your current persuasive skills and where they stand relative to your goals. Key techniques. Skill inventory. Create a list of your current skills, noting strengths and weaknesses. This inventory can serve as a roadmap for your development. Self-assessment tools. Use personality assessments, like the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, or DISC profile, to gain insights into your communication style and areas for growth. 2. Creating a development roadmap. A structured approach to skill development can significantly enhance your learning journey. Key techniques. Short-term and long-term goals. Outline both immediate objectives, e.g., improving public speaking skills within 3 months, and long-term goals, e.g., becoming a recognized expert in persuasive communication within 5 years. Milestones. Break down your goals into smaller, actionable milestones to track progress and stay motivated. Action items. Specify the steps needed to reach each milestone, such as enrolling in a course, practicing specific techniques, or seeking mentorship. Engaging with a learning community. 1. Networking and collaboration. Surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals can greatly enhance your learning experience. Engaging with others in your field allows you to share insights, learn from different perspectives, and practice your skills. Key techniques. Join professional associations. Organizations like the International Association of Business Communicators, IABC, or the American Marketing Association, AMA, offer networking opportunities and resources for skill enhancement. Attend workshops and conferences. Participate in events where you can learn from experts, share your experiences, and practice your skills in real-world settings. Create or join study groups. Collaborate with peers to discuss concepts, practice techniques, and provide mutual support in skill development. 2. Finding a mentor. Mentorship can significantly accelerate your growth by providing guidance, insight, and accountability. Key techniques. Identify potential mentors. Look for individuals with expertise in areas you wish to develop. This could be someone within your organization or a professional contact from your network. Establish clear goals for the relationship. Communicate your development objectives to your mentor and outline how they can assist you in achieving them. Regular check-ins. Schedule consistent meetings to discuss progress, challenges, and new strategies for growth. Practical exercises for skill enhancement. 1. Role-playing scenarios. Practicing persuasive skills through role-play can enhance your confidence and adaptability in various situations. Key techniques. Peer role-playing. Pair with a colleague or friend to simulate different persuasive scenarios, such as negotiating a salary increase or pitching a project idea. Feedback sessions. After each role-play, provide and receive constructive feedback to identify areas for improvement. 2. Recording and reviewing your presentations. Recording yourself during practice presentations can offer valuable insights into your delivery style and effectiveness. Key techniques. Video analysis. Record your speeches or presentations and watch the footage critically to evaluate your body language, vocal tone, and clarity of message. Self-critique and peer review. After viewing your recordings, jot down notes on what worked well and what could be improved. Also, consider sharing the recordings with trusted colleagues for additional feedback. 3. Journaling your experiences. Maintaining a journal can help you reflect on your interactions, track progress, and solidify learning. Key techniques. Daily reflections. At the end of each day, write about interactions where you applied persuasive skills. Note what worked, what didn't, and any insights gained. Monthly review. At the end of each month, review your entries to identify patterns in your strengths and areas that require further attention. Measuring your progress. 1. Key performance indicators, KPIs. Establishing KPIs can help you quantify your growth in persuasive communication skills. Key techniques. Audience engagement metrics. Track engagement levels in your communications, such as response rates, feedback received, or the number of follow-up questions. Success rate of persuasion. Monitor the outcomes of your persuasive efforts, such as the number of successful pitches or proposals accepted. Self-assessment checkpoints. Regularly evaluate your skills using self-assessment tools to gauge improvement over time. 2. Celebrating achievements. Recognizing your progress and celebrating milestones can boost motivation and reinforce positive behavior. Key techniques. Acknowledging small wins. Take time to celebrate minor successes along the way, such as successfully implementing a new technique or receiving positive feedback. Setting up reward systems. Create a reward system for yourself to acknowledge the effort put into developing your skills. This could be as simple as treating yourself to something enjoyable. Adapting to change. 1. Embracing new technologies. The digital landscape is rapidly evolving, and embracing new tools can enhance your persuasive abilities. Key techniques. Familiarize yourself with new platforms. Stay updated on communication technologies, social media platforms, and digital marketing tools that can amplify your persuasive efforts. Utilize analytics tools. Leverage tools that provide insights into audience engagement and feedback, allowing you to adapt your strategies accordingly. 2. Being open to feedback and change. Flexibility and willingness to adapt are key to sustained growth in persuasive skills. Key techniques. Regularly seek feedback. Encourage ongoing feedback from peers, mentors, and your audience to identify areas for improvement. Adjust strategies. Be prepared to pivot your approach based on feedback and the evolving needs of your audience. Conclusion: the journey of continuous growth. Developing persuasive skills is not a destination but a lifelong journey. By embracing a growth mindset, engaging in a supportive community, and continuously practicing and adapting, you can enhance your ability to persuade and influence others effectively. Remember, the skills you cultivate today will not only impact your immediate interactions but will also ripple out into your professional and personal life, creating lasting change. Commit to the process of continuous growth, and you will find yourself becoming a more persuasive communicator, capable of inspiring action and fostering connections that endure. Reflection questions. What specific areas of your persuasive skills do you want to focus on for improvement? How can you incorporate the techniques discussed in this chapter into your daily routine? What strategies will you implement to measure your progress effectively? Action steps. Create a personalized development plan outlining your goals, milestones, and action items for improving your persuasive skills. Join a local or online community focused on communication and persuasion to share experiences and learn from others. Schedule regular self-assessments and feedback sessions to evaluate your growth and adapt your strategies accordingly. By investing in your development as a persuasive communicator, you will not only enhance your own abilities but also positively impact those around you, creating a ripple effect of influence that contributes to a more connected and engaged world.